Probably aware, my current agreement is coming to an end at the end of June.
On my second page.
So I'm proposing to the town a new 3-year agreement for services, which will carry assessing needs through the 26 revaluation, bring things through June 30 of 2027. I have increased my fee by 9%, which would be 3% per year. It's probably half what the current inflation rate has been, but I'm willing to meet the town halfway and absorb some of the inflationary costs that have come basically to all of us. I think it's about 20% over the last 3 years, inflationary costs. The agreement what it does is 2 layers to the agreement. There's the standard 60 days of service per year, which is we've traditionally been provided to the town. It's just a little bit more than a day a week. But with the revaluation coming in, there is going to be a need to triage that project to get it through implementation. So I'm offering the town an additional 50 days of service to be spread out over the 3-year period as needed. I anticipate that most of that's going to be needed at the end of FY 26 and the first half of FY 27. So as the project nears completion, and we'd have a lot of valuation review and through hearings and then tax commitment and any appeal process, it's going to be very labor intensive, both for myself and to my department, but also for the select board. It's going to have a lot of activity during that time. Do expect that the project will be kicking off this fall. We'll likely have some meetings, some public meetings with the revaluation company, with the select board, to let them know how the process is going to unfold, and I expect we'll have periodic meetings throughout the next 18 months as the project moves forward. But that's it in a nutshell. I'll gladly take questions.
I make a motion to renew contract assessor's contract, Kurtz, at that 3%,
Second.
which is 9 over the 3 years. Yeah, okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is
I
carried.
signed as well.
Before we move on, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I ask, when we have an agenda, written agenda, we also have an e-package that gives all the details.
Yep.
Is there any way or any reason we can't have a small, brief explanation as these abatements come in? I mean, if you, like the trailer situation is black and white, if it was just a small thing. And the reason being, in my opinion, the reason being is some people can look at the agenda and it may be of something of interest, if it's a neighbor or something. And again, I mean, we had 80 pages to go through different things, so is it legal to do that, or does it have to come up in this sort of forum to have some sort of brief, what's going on with it type of thing?
Yeah, I can provide as much or as little information
Simple.
as the board wants. So typically what I do is I do a cover memo, which kind of provides what you're talking about, a brief overview.
I do.
But sometimes the board likes to see the details of the situation. So oftentimes I'll provide maps and background information. I don't have to do that.
No, I saw them. I
yeah.
like what you do.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't know on the written agenda that goes out for the public. that
Oh, the
might
written.
check in on a meeting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the written, I don't know. That's
Yeah,
sued.
and we can add that if there's something that's out of the ordinary. I tend to do that anyway, or I have done that. So there's no reason why not. It just hasn't been requested before, so.
Just when you go through it, I mean, I like to do a quick overview, and if it's just simple things, I don't have to read all the detail. I kind of put faith in the people we hire. So I'm just asking if that might be possible for a small amount, small little details. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
Next item is discussion of direction for Public Works Garage with the failure of the warrant article.
Melissa, I believe the warrants
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I got them.
Good evening.
Oh, you want?
Just looking for some direction, what you'd like to do at this point. I put a hold on Sebago Tech.
These are all
They've stopped everything at this point. We've got $61,000 tied up in this at this point. Just looking for some direction.
Had the bid packages gone out?
No. Our next step was to vet the vendors that we were going to send the package out to, narrow it down to, we were going to target 3 vendors, or have just 3, to try to consolidate it a little bit. But that is more steps to be taken to do that. But, nobody will bid on this without a positive vote from the town. Once they get into the design build, they're going to have quite a bit of money tied up in it. And going forward without a town meeting approval, I kind of get that.
Well, I mean, the original intent, under the, is that the bid package would go out, and, so that, then we'd know, we would also then have that final figure that would go in there. And, recognizing, typically there's wording there that says subject to a, town vote. So, the fact is, whether it has it now or whether, I understand that, but I mean, if they're used to municipal bidding, then they're used to the fact that they recognize that whatever they do is going to be subject to the town vote anyway.
Except, a town build and a design build's a little bit different because they're ponying up a ton of money for design for the potential to get the bid.
The estimate we had was around 150.
I think it's different. If you have the design already out and you send a architectural design to these companies, they'll be able to bid it without a ton of overhead and cost to them. But if they're all design building it, there's a huge cost to them. I don't know.
I can ask the question again to Owens, but that was the.
Yeah. Because, that was, the original, and, that was in the original amount that we put in last year was, to get it up through to the point that that it was bid.
Right, that was the engineer's estimates. To get an actual construction cost price, that was going to be the next step after town meeting.
Yeah, I don't think we have in the dollar amount that we allowed for an actual design of the building.
Well, it's because it was decided that ultimately we'd go out on design build on it.
Right. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
And the logic behind that too is if we go out to design build, somebody designs it, they own they own the errors.
Yeah.
If we design it, we own the errors.
Right.
But the town.
I think I'm in agreement with that. I think what he's saying the trouble is going to be is to get somebody to actually design build.
And put that money into it.
Basically design estimate.
Especially now with a negative vote from the public.
So.
Well, you get a little bit into some semantics there too, because what was voted down was bonding it. There was never the question of is there a need for the town garage, and so that's so you have a semantical difference there. What was defeated was bonding it, which essentially says if the people still want it, it just means we're going to pay for it all at one time, which is that becomes kind of a silly thing, but if you take things to its utmost and logical conclusion, it still says if the people say okay, we should have a garage, it just says, well, we said we didn't want to bond it. Now that can be reinvestigated, but I guess I would talk with Spago Technics and see what the feeling is on the people, whether they would actually bid on it or not, and what would make them comfortable to be able to bid on it.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Well, I guess I want to ask, and this is absolutely, positively not meant to stir any tensions or anything like that, I guess I would like to hear back from like Dennis, because I know you were putting out there on the garage. What are your thoughts on this? I know you had said, and the planning board, I mean, the budget finance said, yes, there should be a garage.
Absolutely.
So I guess I want to hear the feedback.
Well,
I want to
think-
hear what,
I think to be blunt, I think
sorry.
the process we use for public safety in the school works very well. We have a citizens committee made up of people like Bob Murray, who is a partner of Nathan, Chris for advice, Owen for advice, but Bruce Sanford was a great help on our committee. We did a lot of changes due to that committee. We assessed what we had in detail, what we could use, what we can't use. And then after the needs assessment and the actual process that we use, which was a citizens committee, we reduced the size of the building. We changed a few of the layouts and had a RFP, which was descriptions of even what plumbing fixtures we wanted. And that described what they were bidding on. I think that that's exactly what the citizens want. They want the same process for this as they did the other two facilities.
so,
And I don't think
Wait.
it has
sorry.
to take that long. This
Well,
committee is,
I guess it's different though, and I'm not that engineer, I'm not that, but if it's going out to a build design,
right, which is what we did.
well, that's,
Public safety.
don't they put it together? I mean, as far as what the
The RFP
like all that stuff.
was designed for the details of what you want in the RFP.
That's
And
our,
then we actually used that to save the town about $180,000 because of the details of what the committee put together with Owen's help. And I think that's really what people want in this town. They want the process to be transparent and straightforward.
And how much did we pay, afterward to correct the errors the committee put forward?
Actually, those
On
errors,
the roof and things like that we ended up over the time having to correct and repair and whatnot, that was out of the committee, saying this is what should be done. And
actually, I think that the select board cut $200,000 from it, if you went back, or the town meeting, because we started out at 1.4 and ended up at 1.2. And the metal roof that was recommended was cut, and
So that's what I'm saying, is
masonry
the-
siding was cut.
That's what I'm saying, is the committee, the committee approach, what we did, we went to a professional engineering firm to
I'm just
do this
suggesting,
based on.
Oh, no, we're
my
just,
suggestion is to say that if you want the town's support, let the town have input,
Well-
not just the select board and a group of engineers you hired.
And
That's
it-
all I'm saying.
well, okay, and again, I don't want this is how we talk things out, okay? I guess too is, I know that committee gave you some bad, I guess, advice because they took the metal roof out, is what I am hearing. But as far as, taking it to the public, when what you just said, instead of just getting it from our engineers, which you just said, I mean, do you feel our engineers are not good enough for this?
I didn't say that. I said, when you hire the person to what, let me give this scenario. If you hire a company to oversee the construction and the whole process, to do an evaluation of what you have, and if you read the summary of it, as we had an engineer from our town read it and said it was maintenance issues, and you eliminate any options except one, to build new, no add-ons or anything else, no options looked at. We looked at all kinds of options. We looked at all kinds of places. There was never I want this right here. In fact, the only reason it ended up down there is the stats showed that's where all the work was, all the calls were. 2/3 of the calls were down there. There was three members on the select board that didn't even support it, which caused a problem on the committee. I'm saying use basically the very same people and Nathan has got a partnership with Bob Murray. I highly recommend he be on the committee. Bruce Sanford, there's another one who was just great on the committee.
Well, okay, and,
So-
and,
can I,
oh, wait a minute, I just want to ask one more question.
No, who was on the safety committee, the public safety committee?
That was years ago, though,
I know,
too.
but who was it? Who in the world? Was it engineers? Was it just random
Yeah, we
town
had
folks? or
professional
both?
people. We had Mike White was a local citizen who did trucking and came in and talked about size of bays. We had a plumber, Byron Rogers. We had Owen McCullough. We really had a diverse committee. In fact, 3 people that stood up at a public meeting and spoke against it were put on the committee, and they ended up being assets. Did they take the metal roof off? Yes, but I'm saying there's a process.
Well, Dennis, okay, let me ask this question too. And again, I apologize. I am not attacking you at no means.
I'm not,
okay?
okay.
So if we're saying that they can't use it down here for whatever reason, and you're saying trying to, I guess, a couple different places, why would you not put that building right where all the other stuff is? And I know for a fact, it was last budget season that Don Willard, the ex-town manager, had said, you know, enough, they're spread out over 3 different places in town, let's get them all in the same place, just like every other department is.
I'm not opposed to that, but I'm telling you, for over 6 months, we heard that the trucks were sitting out in the rain, getting rusty, and they were actually inside the salt shed.
Okay, hold on. That isn't completely true. All our equipment is not undercover.
No, the trucks.
Most of the trucks are, the spare trucks aren't. When we started this project 8 years ago, we
Can't find anything about that.
well, it's discussions in department head meetings. It's not in a public meeting, Dennis. We looked at, can we add down here? We looked at where we were at. The most sensible place to put us was the sand salt building. That's where our winter sand is. That's where our base of operations are. Building the public works garage is a completely different animal than the school and the fire station. It's a much smaller building. You mentioned going forward to pick out bathroom fixtures. We're going with basic, we got 3 bathrooms in the building. There's really nothing to pick. We've narrowed this thing down to a basic building. That's it. The engineers said that we probably ought to go bigger, and if you look at the square footage we're in and what we're going into, we probably should go bigger. We were trying to keep the numbers down. Prices are going up. They're going up every day. So I think that to summarize that is getting the public involved is just going to be, it could add more money to it. It could add more time. It could create more problems, I think. No offense to any committees that would get on that, but I think we've beat this thing down to what it is. It's a small 5-bay garage.
I'll quote you. You need a bigger mechanics bay and a wash bay.
Yeah.
And you said that consistently.
They're consistent with what?
That's what you need.
Yes. Yeah.
So you've got 7 bays currently, and we're going to build an 8-bay facility.
Correct.
For a mechanics bay and a wash bay is what you've talked about.
We're putting 4 of the bays as storage. There's 1 mechanics bay and a wash bay, and the rest of it's truck storage.
And you have 7 bays up here.
We can't.
4 here and 3 down the other place.
We got 4 up here. We've got 3 down the village that we can't get a plow truck into. We can't even get the 1-tons in there.
I'm not trying to debate. I'm just saying that realistically, if you do math, you have 7 bays that are functioning now. You're going to build an 8-bay facility for storage, 4 of them for storage.
4 of them for heated storage for the trucks.
And this heat and the current one up here, there's 4 bays.
Correct.
So realistically, if
So
you
the
went to
problem
the
up
3,
here is getting the trucks in the building. When we have a disabled truck up here, Dennis, we have to come along the wing up closer to the truck. The hydraulics won't pull it up high enough. So that creates a problem. And then we've got 4 of them down the pit that aren't heated. They don't start well. We manage it, but we're like to put those into a heated facility. I mean, I guess if you want to cut the 4 bays off, cut the 4 bays off.
I'm not suggesting cutting 4 bays. I'm suggesting we set up a committee to work through what you have, do an assessment of that. Is it possible that you only need 3 or 4 bays as opposed to 8? Is it possible that the office you want might be in Jordan Small later? I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying without that neutral party involved, without the citizens' involvement, I think you're not going to get the buy-in that you need. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. And not only that, there were several people who didn't vote on it because you didn't want to put a sprinkler system in it. Now, say what you want about that. It's just a reality. I wouldn't vote for any building the town builds without a sprinkler
The reason I didn't
system.
want to do the sprinkler system was the cost.
Okay.
Well, and I do believe that the fire marshal, the state fire marshal, also said that it wasn't needed.
It isn't about needing. It's about protecting what we have. That's my opinion for what it's worth.
No, thank you for answering those.
So, I guess, at the end of the day, you need to have a discussion with
Owens.
and see where things are, what he's, if he's saying flat out, no one will look at it without something, then, that just says something. If he says, yeah, people will bid on it, then that says something. So, so right now, we're Without that, we can't make a full decision. So,
Okay. I will give him a call and see what he wants to do.
yeah. And then we'll revisit and see where we are.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
I think as far as the offices go, though, him and Joe are sharing an office in the back room of a building that's literally smaller than my kid's bedroom. And if we're gonna wait for the building up the street here to become available in 3 years, that part of it is, I think we need to either figure out yay or nay before we're gonna get that building. I mean, that's quite a ways out for the office space anyway. That's,
I agree.
you've been down there, right?
Oh, yeah, I agree.
It's not conducive to having 2 department heads in one closet-sized room.
Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street. Just want to say that, you mentioned, hey, the town doesn't want to bond it. Maybe we'll go a different route. That vote showed how deeply unpopular that first move was. If you want town support, show the town what it is that you're looking to build. I know you have plans and all that stuff, but maybe a committee is necessary. If you want to rally the support, the town needs to know what exactly you're building, what we believe the costs are, and it really wasn't great timing to have all that stuff come to us as a Budget Finance Committee after we voted on that. So you guys have the need for a building. In my opinion, of Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street, I have no doubt that we need a building, and most likely it needs to be where it's planned to be. But you need to show the town that. The town really wants to know. And I just want to say that just saying, well, you know what, we'll find a different way to fund this thing, super unpopular. Be sure you do it the right ways. That's my suggestion.
Well, I'm not saying, all I said was the vote was to not bond. That's what the vote was. Read the Warren article. It said, do you approve this bond? It did not say, do you approve the building? It said, do you approve this bond? So they said, essentially what was said is, we don't want to bond it. Now, will that be reinvestigated? Yes, but that's what the vote was. Don't confuse the vote saying that when the vote says, do you want a bond? And they said no, that's what was voted on, not do you want a building? That's not what the vote was.
I didn't say that. I said that what you're saying is, okay, they don't want to bond it, let's find a different way to do it.
I'm saying if you built it and they said no to the bond, then you have to find a different way to pay for it. That's what I said.
What I'm saying is that if you come to the town and say, this is what we have laid out, and you do this properly, not the way it was done last 2 years, your outcome might be different for bonding. That's what I'm saying.
And doing it not properly, like working with the engineers, and I do admit that the timing was crisscrossing over each other. But I don't think, because Owen's even said we've been working on this for he was in this thing for 10 years, and more so within the last year. I know I came to one of your meetings, and you guys said you had no paperwork, but I'm pretty sure that some of the things went out in the morning. And so I don't know if you got them or what, but then
When you say it went out the same morning that we were supposed to vote?
the morning of the meeting.
That's what you're
Yeah.
saying, that it went out the same. Is that enough time to?
Well, and again, everything was crisscrossing, as you saw. So
That's my suggestion as
Okay.
guy from 84 Main Street. You want to do this thing, you've got my support, do it right. And the town will maybe change their opinion about bonding it. And that's all.
Okay.
All right.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I'm, like I said, because of the process we went through with solar, I'm now more engaged in our town and just kind of want to get caught up on it. So did we vote then? I mean, because maybe my memory, did we vote to say yes to the building?
No.
Okay, so
we
there was
vote-
never a vote to say yes to the building.
The vote
There
was to allow the bonding.
Right. And so because it didn't say, do you want the building, it was just, do you want the bonding, there's a possibility that the town would find alternative funding and fund the building anyway? Is that that my
No, it just-
understanding?
The vote was, do you authorize the bonding? That's all. Up or down? Do you authorize that bonding? The vote was no. So there is no bond.
Right.
So we cannot go out on a bond unless it gets revoted. If it's determined that we want to go for a bond, then a bond would have to get revoted on.
Sure. So, I mean, just as a citizen, and like I said, I don't have a dog in this fight, and I would have to get caught up on it, but obviously I care about public safety a lot, so I'd probably support it. But I think we're starting to get cute then as citizens if we're saying, like, we didn't ask the public if they wanted the building, but we only asked the public if they wanted to fund the building, and they said no, and then you did an end run around them and funded it anyway.
We wouldn't do that.
Okay.
No,
We would never
Oh,
do that.
that's what I was trying to clarify.
What I said was if
Okay.
a decision was made to build the building, they've said no to a bond at this point, which means it would have to be funded in some other mechanism. The bonding can be relooked at. So, I mean, I'm just saying, here's where we are sitting here today.
Sure.
And it's good hearing this from you.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Like, just as a citizen who this is the first time I'm hearing it, kind of, again, shame on me for not being a more informed voter, right? I should be more involved, and I will be from now on. Yeah, like I just want to clarify, like, if you ask the people if they want the building before you ask them if they want to pay for the building, I guess I would say, as just a lay person.
I'd like to just add one thing. I misunderstood the vote, and that's why I stopped the process with Owens. The intent that I understood from Owens was we'd get the bond, get that secured. There was 2 more steps, then it would go out to bid, then we would have a second public hearing. We've already had 1 public hearing on the building, or 1 public meeting. I wouldn't call it a hearing. And before the building ever left the gates to go, we'd have another public hearing on it, what the building and what it is and where it's going. That was the intent that I understood from Owens. Just to...
Well, and to clarify, we would not just go push this thing through. The board doesn't do that.
Okay.
Just, not at you, just anybody that's listening.
Okay. Next item, consideration of reallocation of CIP funds from prior projects.
And in researching the CIP, when a lot of questions came up during the budget process this year, and I wanted to have a better understanding of what was in the CIP, I found that there were a number of things that the auditors have carried along in the audit. And my favorite one is the Sherry Gagnon Park for $16. Every year, the auditors say, yep, you've still got $16, and they move that forward. In looking at, talking with Sharice about it and looking at the state statutes pertaining to CIP, because there are specific rules with this, the select board or the municipal officers, is how it's written, can choose to do several things with projects that are no longer active if they are abandoned or complete and there's monies left over. And one of the things is to put it back in the general fund under surplus, undesignated. Another is to reallocate it to something else in the CIP. So what you see here is information from the audit starting with the fiscal year 2018 to 19 and moving over to even next year. I put in the approved budget figures to go into CIP for next year. And my intent is for this document to be in the budget packets each year from here on so that not only will the committees have this information, but the department heads will as well, so they'll know where they stand while they're making their budgets. But with that, I'm not sure we need to carry that $16 any farther. And I would like to suggest that we at least start some conversations about what could we do. I made a few suggestions in the memo that I included in your packet. That the 2 items that are listed for the fire department, the IRT projects, which is complete, the review fees, that those be put into their reserve account so that will give them more money toward their truck ambulance.
Well, Well, I mean, you know,
Forgot which, is it a truck or an ambulance that's coming next? Ambulance.
Yes.
So just,
first off.
and my suggestions are just that, is just to
Oh.
start the conversation.
I mean, under a CIP, nothing is absolutely cast in concrete. The whole
Yes.
purpose of the CIP is a planning document, so things can move, things can shift, things can be dropped off, things can be added. So you're, you know, the money you would, if, you know, unspent money would still reside counting-wise inside the CIP. It would just be undesignated in the CIP to be allocated to other projects or whatever. So we don't
It
have, we
can
do
be.
not have, we do not have to take and say that we're going to take that and move it to this.
Yes.
We can use that as an undesignated line.
Yeah, we could rename them all to be undesignated, yes.
I mean, because that's the whole purpose is, you know, the whole theory being that things change. And what you thought of 5 years ago that you needed may not still be the same thing. You may have something that's now more of an urgent need, so you move that in and something else can move out. So that gives you that's the whole flexibility that exists inside this, that is supposed to exist inside the CIP.
Well, looking at these, I mean, I agree with all where she says. I mean, that 5,000 going back to assessing, which would be great. They need that. Same thing with all the departments.
Well, if it remains in there, that's, you know, it's unspent. Essentially, it's a, you know, it's accrued funds. So it's undesignated in there. That can be allocated to something else in there, but we don't have to decide what it's allocated to at this point. All we need to do is decide that we, you know, that yes, we will carry those forward. Bruce?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have found through accounting that part of that 13,255 was actually what was missing from our enterprise account, our billing for crashes from years and years ago, which disappeared under a 3 times removed finance director, and we could never chase it down again. This is an account that Chief Morse set up when he was chief to replace and upgrade our rescue technical equipment for extrication and things like that. So a big portion of that, I believe, was found, and I don't have the exact numbers. I don't know what piece of it is, but it was found to be that money that was missing for all those years.
Oh, cool.
I guess my request would be that if we find that and can determine it, can we transfer that into what its intent was, which was the enterprise account that was approved so many years ago,
Yeah,
that we can use
that
it
would be-
for replacement of that equipment.
That would be up to.
Well, as I say, you know, essentially, it would, you know, the funds would reside still inside the CIP. You know, so I mean, you know, as far as I understand, the Budget Finance Committee is relooking at the CIP as far as that. So I mean, to sit here today and say we should move it from here to there, I think is premature. So, you know, the fact is, what's being asked is, do we carry those forward? Yes, absolutely. That's the whole purpose of it. Because you can have a year where you underspend that because you're looking at a need that's 2 or 3 years out.
Right. We just want to make sure that all the new billing and all that gets into that enterprise account again, and the money that was intended to be there also goes there. That's all. So that we-
Well, as I say, you know, I mean, you know, what you have to understand in the CIP is that, yes, that was the original intent, but other priorities can essentially jump the line. And so,
Yep.
you know, what may have thought, okay, that was going to be available to me, may not be. It may become available later on, but it may just be shifted. So that's the whole purpose in the CIP, is it gives you the flexibility to do some
see, yeah.
reaction.
I think we're actually talking 2 different things, but I think a big portion of that was always intended but got moved from our enterprise into a CIP, and that's why we never could find it again.
Yeah.
We think it was actually under Kathy Ricker that it moved, and we could never find it through accounting or anything. So now all of a sudden we found that, hey, that's actually a good portion of that should be in our enterprise account, which has nothing in it right now.
I would ask a question, because I did set that up, because of the expense of the tools, and they break so easily. And I say easily when you see some of the things we use it for. My understanding when we set it up wasn't for CIP. It was actually an enterprise account. Instead of going into surplus, or undesignated funds, it would actually roll into an account that they could use when necessary. Still had to get approval for it.
Yeah.
And so that changed somewhere along the line. And obviously, like you say, things change year to year, day to day. But it wasn't, in my opinion, I didn't believe that we set it up as CIP. It was more of an enterprise account that we could dip into for extrication equipment and whatnot.
That was the original intent. That's why I just wanted to get clarification. It wasn't an argument point. I'm just trying to, how can we make sure that money does go into its right account? Because our current billing, I believe, is up around 6,000.
Good evening and welcome to the October 2nd, 2024 meeting of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. I would note that we do have a quorum here tonight. First order of business would be to approve the minutes of the September 4, 2024 meeting. Do I have a motion to any changes or additions, deletions? If there aren't any, I'll accept a motion. It's moved
Second.
and seconded. All in favor of accepting? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, number 3, under old business, we're going to review the draft plan and make any final edits to the draft plan. And hopefully everybody got a chance to review those. I'd turn it over to Kate and Sam to walk us through it.
All right, so hopefully everyone had a chance to look through the drafts we sent. I guess we should sort of start by just talking about what the process is and what we need to accomplish tonight. So the goal tonight is to review. We did get some comments online. They're all anonymous, so I'm not sure who wrote them, but we can look at those. I will share my screen in a minute. And any other comments you all have, any changes, anything you want to see before this goes to the public is what we need to get through tonight. And then hopefully everyone will be happy that we're in a place tonight that we can move forward with starting the public comment period. I think we'll probably, North Star and Sue will probably have some conversation after this meeting about exactly when the public comment period is going to be, just in terms of noticing and stuff like that. But it has to be at least 30 days. We'll make the plan available online. Hopefully the town can also have a printed copy available at the town office. And during that period, we need to hold a public hearing. So we could potentially do that at the November committee meeting or even December, depending on what we want to do. So that's the kind of...
Is that a committee public hearing or is that the town public hearing?
So this is just a public hearing for the public comment period. This is not the public hearing to get the plan on the warrant. That will all happen later. So basically, to submit it to the state, we need to let them know that we're having a public comment period, which includes a public hearing. And there will also be a form that the chairs of this committee need to sign, as well as the chair of the select board needs to sign to authorize us to share the draft with the state. Once we get it back from the state in a couple months, we will probably review it again as a committee, see what state edits we want to make on, like we want to take or do any other edits, and then basically North Star will release the plan to you all to take to the select board to get the process onto the warrant. Does that make sense? There's like a lot of moving pieces here, and there is some flexibility about how we do it. So technically you can do the public comment period and submit to the state at the same time. But because of Raymond's town meeting schedule, I don't think we need to rush, since it doesn't need to be sent to the warrant until, is it March, Sue? Yeah, so we have until March of next year to get something back from the state and ready to submit for the warrant. So we don't need to do it simultaneously unless there's a strong desire to do so.
And Kate, just to be clear, so tonight what we're working to do is for this committee to make any final edits to the draft plan. Mm-hmm. And but that's not the end all. I would assume that during the public comment, if we were, let's say, to hear a large amount of the public commenting on a certain part of the plan where they believe it doesn't reflect really what the community wants, then we could make edits then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is not the last time we'll be making edits. There will also be, after we get all the public comment, we'll decide what we want to edit, and then we'll get feedback from the state, and we could potentially edit more things there if anything is changed. Or
couple different swipes at it.
Yeah, so basically if this is like one of 3. So
the public hearing happens at the end of that 30-day public comment.
anytime during the public comment period.
Okay. I'm just thinking if we have a meeting next month at the beginning of November, there's also the election. At that point, people probably won't be focused on, I don't know, maybe they won't come out for a public hearing if it's in conjunction or close to the election, maybe a December.
Because our
Timeline.
meeting would be the day after Election Day, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So Tuesday is voting, and then we would have the day after, so, yeah, I kind of agree, maybe December. It's probably the better.
Joe?
One thing I think might help the committee understand a bit with the process is we're talking in a way about 2 things going on at the same time. One are hearings where the public hears the book. The other is a statutory public hearing. So one of the times when we talk to people about the plan, if I'm getting this right, has to be a plans public hearing, which requires 10 days public notice, and in at least 2 different newspapers, et cetera. There are statutory rules around that particular one. So that's what she's referring to as a public hearing. I don't know if that helps, but.
So it's
Yeah,
not a
so-
physical meeting where they have an opportunity to come and speak?
Well, they still do.
Okay.
Yeah, but you might have several meetings where you talk to the public, but there has to be one that we have to schedule out and do all this notice in papers and things, so.
Right, so I think what I had asked Kate was whether, just to differentiate between the public hearing, while or just after we do basically get the feedback from the citizens, but then there's a formal public hearing that usually takes place for almost any major issue in town or whatever.
And there will be 2 public hearings. There's the one that's necessary now. There'll also be one that's necessary for any ordinance type documents that are going on the warrant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think potentially if you didn't want to hold it in November, I think we could do the public hearing, since your meetings are that first week of the month, we could do the public hearing then. I think our goal is to submit this in December by kind of early December, because in theory the state has 90 days to return it. In practice, it is often more than 90 days. So we just want to make sure we're getting it well in advance of when we need it approved in March. So the other option too is is that we could submit it to the state before the public hearing and before all the public comment has been incorporated. So
Is there advantage to doing that?
I guess for us it means we only have to do the edits once. But in terms of the town, I think the only caution would be is if you're worried that there might be a lot of changes coming, like especially to goals and recommendations coming out of the public comment period.
It would have to go back to the state a second time.
Only if there's substantive changes. So if it's like minor things, tweaks, they'll take a look at what we did and just say, okay, that's fine. But, if we had a lot of people coming out and say, I don't think this goal is right at all, then there would be a little bit more, they'd have to look a little harder at it.
I believe that the history of the 2004 plan was that it was submitted to the state, and the state found that we did not adequately address affordable housing. And I believe the process was the state sent it back to the committee to rework it, and then they inserted verbiage that they resubmitted to the state, and then they accepted it. So that was the history in 2004.
The other thing too is if this is why we need to coordinate with Sue, but if the day after election day doesn't sound like a good day for a meeting, we could look at just finding a different date. Although with Thanksgiving in November, that is a short window.
Why wouldn't December 4 be a good,
That would be fine. I think that would be
give us a
fine.
little room, and that would be the public hearing?
Yep.
And in all fairness, we did have the state reviewer give us a little seminar. I could think it was maybe the second or third meeting we had before North Star was online. He was being realistic. He said, yeah, I recall he said it could take up to 90 days. So that's what they have
That's
for
their-
a time frame. He was saying that it really depends on what's on his desk.
It does.
It's him and an assistant, and I guess that's it. It's not a planning office like we used to have.
Yes, it's just 2 people. His assistant actually lives in Raymond.
Oh.
So I don't know if that gives us.
So anyway, but he was saying it really depends on what's on his desk
Yeah.
at the time. He was talking more like used like 60 days, so a couple of months would
Yeah.
be what you would expect normally.
Yeah, we've had varying experiences. Yeah, so I think December 4th, we can move ahead with that. And then maybe we have the public hearing at the start of the meeting. And then that would give the committee time to discuss what edits we think we need to make.
And then we discuss edits, we approve edits, or you'll make the edits, and then you'll ship it right off to the state, basically?
Yep.
Can we have a longer than a 30-day
You can
comment
have
period?
as long of a comment period as you want. Yeah.
Okay, so we could have it from the time that edits are made after tonight's meeting
Yeah,
until,
until December 4th,
Okay.
say, when the public hearing is.
That gives plenty of time,
like that.
I think, for people to give us their input. And I think it would also give us a sense if there were some major issues. Yeah.
So I think we have an agenda item later to talk a little bit more about outreach during that period. So, but okay, just to tentatively kind of see where we're at. I think that makes sense if everyone feels comfortable with it. All right, so looking at the edits we got, it looks like we have some edits to, I know this is going to be hard for you all to see because I don't think I can zoom in on the goals. So someone has suggested here that instead of saying to collect data on speeding, we should say collect data on excessive speed and traffic volume as well as traffic calming devices on
Okay,
Raymond's roadways.
so I'm Peter Anonymous, and so what I'd say is that what I was just trying to get at this is that especially where it's listed right at the beginning under priority goals and actions, that we try and emphasize a little bit more what we're trying to do with these radar
Sure.
speed displays. So a little bit more descriptive would be to say which collect data on vehicular speed and traffic volumes, as well as to act as a traffic calming device.
Okay, that's fine with me if it works for everyone else.
No objections?
All right. Okay, and then that's just a small edit, citizen opinion polling. I can change that.
Yeah, I guess I just was a little uncomfortable with the word vote. I mean, it was more of an opinion poll, so not to split hairs.
Yeah, so some of these are just kind of minor wording edits, I think, from Peter Anonymous, which.
Well, actually, I saw a couple of others.
Oh, they're not all
Yeah,
here.
they're not all Peter Anonymous.
I'll own up to guest 6
Okay.
on there.
I would say on page 1.5, population. I'm being a little bit of a stickler on this one, but it's I'm still having trouble seeing the justification in the data to say to be saying that there's an increase in young families in the town. So if we just were to insert the aging population and potential for increasing numbers of young families, because unless you can tell me, I'd love to be able to say, yeah, we have data that supports that there are young families moving to Raymond. I just don't see it in any of the chapters on population or whatever. There's a suggestion, and the suggestion was in that age group between 27 and 35 that there was an increase in that population, and that's great. But is it? Do they have children? Do they plan on having children? I mean, we don't know that. So, if there's no objection, I'd just insert potential in front of for increasing numbers of young families.
No problem with that.
Okay, no objections to that. Then I had, I don't know if there's an edit under economy.
Yep, hide worry that's
So
value.
that says that summer camp owners and farm and woodlot owners worry that the high value of their property may make it difficult to keep the property. I just like to include after high just to hammer it home. It's the high development value of the camps that is probably what's going to look enticing to developers along the lakefront. So I just insert that development, high development. If there's no objections. Under transportation, I think it's page 16. Just to insert the fact, because I think it was mentioned by several people on the committee, that there is currently no park and ride option in Raymond. So we make the statement that, the majority of people in Raymond, when they commute, they travel alone. So I thought it would be the perfect place to insert, and I don't know if you want to say there is currently no park or ride option in Raymond, or just say there is no, however somebody wants to wordsmith, that's fine with me. But just to make that point.
It's fine with me.
No objections?
All right.
Under water, natural and water resources, I think it was page 18.
Yeah, hold on, Peter. Before we move there,
did
I
I
see
skip
some
over?
other comments. So this is where someone suggested where we say creating more housing options from duplexes and triplexes and condos and apartments, that we should add in a thoughtful and sustainable way.
I was just trying to provide context to what the goal is there. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Let's see. That's just a small wording thing. That's fine.
I didn't make a comment
Yeah,
here,
sure.
but can I just insert, under this comment too that we just discussed on just above the economy section, we make reference here and in the point about the population that we were just talking about, saying it'll make it easier for younger people and families to make a home in Raymond. I'm just, as a realtor, they really talk about fair housing and protected classes of people, and familial status is one of those protected classes. And I just wonder if we want to try and not necessarily talk about families or families with children, I know that we obviously want to make it a friendly place for all. I just want to make sure we're not targeting one type of a person, or families with children versus single people versus,
Yeah, we could change it to something more along the lines of make it easier for younger people just starting out, something like that. I think we're just trying to hit on
first-time home buyers, or new home buyers, or
new home buyers,
something like that.
that
rather than even talking about age, because first-time home buyers don't have to be young people. They can be older people who have rented for years and years and find.
So we good with first-time or new home buyers? What do you like?
I think we can say
maybe first time. I think first time is
I think that's a good one.
Appropriate.
I want to also keep, some of the housing options we suggest there could potentially be rentals. So we could keep younger people in there. I know that's something that a lot of towns, most people graduating high school in Maine are not going to be able to move back to the town they grew up in. So that sort of trying to capture that, as well as first-time home buyers and older adults.
Or maybe we could even say, make it easier for people of all ages and
Income.
and status, or something,
Yeah, we can also just say
to make a home in Raymond.
Yeah. Can you think of something more general? Yeah.
Yeah, just more general.
So yeah, we can just say people of all ages and income levels, or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, think next we have, so under natural and water resources, that's just a typo kind of thing. We'll fix that.
I think under that, was it page 1.8, under natural and water resources, Raymond must explore additional sources of revenue and work strategically. Could we insert explore additional sources of revenue?
I don't have a problem with it.
I think it's just,
So to get everyone situated, this is where we say, as a small town where most town revenue is generated through property taxes, and then Peter's suggesting we change this to say Raymond must explore additional sources of revenue and work strategically, instead of just saying work strategically.
I think in the plan, what we're talking about is looking at grants, looking at impact fees in general, and looking for wherever we can, other than landing everything on real estate tax. I mean, we know that it's going to be real estate tax for the next 20 years, probably the life of this plan. That's going to provide the bulk of the revenue. But it would just seem that in the plan, what we're saying is to look for other sources.
Sure.
Other than taxes.
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Also, thanks to everyone who submitted pictures, especially Jackie.
Good job, Jackie.
You're all over this comp plan.
I know. I'm like, oh, look at that.
Okay, vision statement. I don't see any comments here. Also, just interrupt me if you have something as we're going through it.
Kate, I did have some more on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so maybe they didn't make it on there as far as edits. But as far as, I think we had discussed this before, as far as on page 110.
Yep, we're not there yet.
Oh, okay.
So vision statement, I don't have any comments there. Future land use plan, let's see. Yep, that's a typo. Okay, that's just a small wording edit. We can do that. So Peter, what did you have on 110?
Well, that was the typo.
Oh, okay. Sure.
116, critical rural areas.
Yep, let's go there. Okay.
So it would just be, I think we discussed it, was the fact that, unless I'm mistaken, there's more than just Loon Echo. And so should we say something in other similar not-for-profit accredited conservation agencies?
Yeah, we could just say, or other conservation organizations too.
Good with everyone?
Yep.
Good. All right.
Great.
I've got one on strengthen sense and community, 122.
All right, let's see if we have anything in between. And again, please interrupt me, everyone else, if we have something. There's this one. So I think, yeah, that's the next comment, Peter.
Yeah, so under strengthen sense of community, where it says town support, provide, I guess I just insert the word increased in deference to the town manager, who mentioned just a few meetings ago that, it's not like we're not doing any of this stuff. That they have been doing stuff. And so it just seemed to me that we would use terminology that would reflect that.
That's a credit.
So that'd be increased town support. Then I have one under plan implementation, page 124.
There's another typo.
Yeah.
Got that.
And then on page 130, future land use workshop. This is one I wrestled with.
Sorry, Peter, before you go there, it looks like there's some other edits about the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee and changing these shoulds to wills.
Yep. So in other words, just change all of those, should to will and may to must. The idea came to me here in reading this, that I was struck by the member of the planning board who came up after our workshop meeting. and said that what was going to be really essential for this committee was to set up the implementation committee with as specific a direction as possible as where we're going. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but that verbiage basically is just, doesn't direct the implementation in as positive. In other words, they shouldn't have an option.
An option, it's
to
shall.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, as a matter of fact, the state requires the first one, right?
Basically, you're required to say that you're going to do it in the comp plan. The state doesn't really have an enforcement technique for what actually happens.
Well, I'd ask the committee.
But yes.
What would you think?
I think that stronger language is good. We've spent a lot of time and resources and a lot of North Star's time in making a plan that ought to have some traction.
All right, those seem fine. So let's see. Place May with Will. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so. Okay, so this is from Peter about the future land use workshop. Route 302 is already a designated growth area. How do we better describe the participant responses related to this? So
as we all experienced at the future land use workshop, that way it was happening at the same time as there was a warrant article suggesting there should be a zoning change on 302. And my sense was that the group that showed up were representative of the town, but there was a disproportionate number of individuals there that were very concerned about the zoning change on 302. And so my sense is that as far as how do we get across the fact that rather than to say reacted negatively to the 302 growth area, well, they can react negatively to it, but I don't believe we can change it. I mean, I guess we could change it, but it wouldn't make any sense to do that. It's been designated as a growth area in Raymond for 3 decades. And we've invested a water line in there. It's the major route to Portland and to the White Mountains. So I don't know how we could do that, but maybe we could do that. But I was just thinking the discussion we had here as a committee regarding, I think it was Jackie that brought it up first, that mentioning the fact that growth area doesn't necessarily mean development. It could mean investment. It could mean improvement. It could mean improving the quality of life for people that choose to use that as a residential area. So how do we get more of a positive spin on it?
we could say something like, and desired to manage growth in the 302 area, something like that. So we're not saying it's not a growth area, we're just saying that people want sort of more investment or more management in how the area is growing.
Maybe we could say something like they reacted negatively to Route 302 growth area in regards to adding new development in the area. I think that that's what they don't want to see, is that it's going to keep
adding new development and
bringing
traffic,
in more,
I think, was probably part of
yeah.
the message, right?
Well, and I think the disconnect was the idea that new development did not equal new investment, and every person that didn't want the new development also wanted additional investment to ensure that the water quality remained or didn't deteriorate more and improved if possible, and so that would require us designating it as a growth area in order to invest. So
what if we said and desired managed growth and additional investment in the Route 302 area?
Rather than more development, or I don't know.
Yeah, I think to me, it's a little more clear if we just say that people wanted growth management and investment, rather than saying, I think this is a little oversimplified, and I say that because I'm probably the person who wrote it.
There was a strong response, certainly, and a strong turnout. And
Yeah, I think
It's not wrong to say that.
It's
because
not
that
wrong to
was
say
the
it
fact.
negatively, yeah.
yeah, I think it.
But I think we could frame it slightly different.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with any of the comments here as far as, it was very clear to me at that workshop that there was a significant segment that just did not want to see any more development near the residential part of 302, which is our one of the designated growth areas. I don't want to necessarily dilute that sense,
Right.
or ignore that opinion. I just think that it's got to be taken into consideration with the reality of the situation, which it is a growth area in Raymond, and there is going to be investment, there is going to be improvements, and my guess would be, unless I'm really off base, there's going to be some development. I don't know how there won't be. Hopefully it's sustainable and it's reasonable investment, development. And I think that the planning board and the town can certainly speak to that issue. That I don't know that we have to, draw a map for that. But how do we say it in such a way that it doesn't appear that there's that what this plan is saying is that the town does not want to acknowledge that area as a growth area, because it is.
Yeah. I like the idea of saying managed growth, because we're acknowledging that. I think that acknowledges both that it's a growth area and that there are people who do want more limits or regulations on how the area is growing. But then we can also add something about the desire for investment in the second half of that.
No, that sounds great. And I don't think I thought at first maybe there might be a way to word it that, any development will be subject to the input of the people in the town and the residents. But you know what? Then I rethought it and I said, well, there was, because that warrant article did not pass.
All right, let's see. Okay, so I think now we're getting into the goals and policies. So sort of for the committee's knowledge too, so we put these all into tables in the plan. This is something that when we get to a final deliverable, we can also give to you in an Excel spreadsheet, which if any of you are planning to volunteer to be on the implementation committee, that might be something. So just throwing it out there, this is sort of the version for public, but there will probably, we'd usually give you a spreadsheet so you can work with it on the implementation side. So, okay, yes, there's a duplicate there. Thank you. This is the same clarification Peter made when we talked about this strategy about the portable radar speed displays earlier. So we'll just make sure that those changes are consistent on that first page and in this table. Yes, so Economic Development Task Force no longer exists. I do believe we have a goal to reestablish it, but perhaps we should change the responsible party for this.
We could say retask economic development.
Yeah, I think we could. So in the absence of the Economic Development Task Force, who would an economic development related proposal go to in the town?
The planner would probably be the person.
I would say planning board or selectmen, but they had a hard time with the solar, who was responsible for that, so. One of those two.
Economic Development Task Force.
Well,
I think we need.
Or a
Well, yes,
consultant.
and I think we're suggesting that we should have one.
Yeah.
It's just that it says that that's who's going to be responsible, and they don't exist yet.
Yeah.
Not since, I think, 2014.
I think, yeah, we could say planning board because this is a reference to plans, to making plans. So I think right now, if someone was going to include Raymond in an economic development plan, probably the planning board would.
That's where I put my money right now.
Okay, we'll add that. Can you write that?
But it does point out the gap, because the planning board's really, Sean, you'd be much much better versed in the mission there, but does it meet the ordinance? You know, does the proposal meet the ordinance? It's not, the planning board's not so much visionary.
They're implementary.
Implementing the ordinance and
you
seeing
know,
if applicants
I see a lot.
comply with it.
I see a lot of these, and just as my 2 cents worth is I don't know where in the plan we actually recommend committees, but it seems to me there's a bunch of committees that need to be formed. Everything from a committee to look at what Jordan Small is going to be repurposed for, to a committee to look at affordable housing in the town, to a committee to look at economic stimulus in the town, and setting up some sort of connection with the Sebago Region Chamber of Commerce and that sort of stuff. A traffic committee because the traffic study group no longer exists. They ended in 2012, I believe. So I guess my question with a lot of these is that there's going to be ad hoc committees. They're either going to be committees set up by standing committees and boards. They're going to be subcommittees, or they're going to be ad hoc committees established by the town to study some of these issues. And my guess would be that that's going to be the role of the implementation committee, to see that there are those resources and those committees available. But I just guess where should we be putting the recommendation like we did for the economic committee?
So this plan calls for the establishment of a comprehensive plan implementation committee. And then we have a local goal, which I was trying to find really quickly. But
I saw that, yeah.
There is a local goal in here somewhere to reestablish the Economic Development Task Force. Yes, there it is. Bring back the Economic Development Task Force.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 committees that we're specifically calling for, the Implementation Committee and Economic Development. For Jordan Small Middle School, we do not say form a committee. We just say have a public process. I think it's kind of a bigger to be determined what form that will take. I just don't think we know right now. And then we don't specifically call for any other committees, but I would guess that, it might be something where the implementation committee might have a working group or something like that if they need to do some focused. Sometimes implementation committees do that, right, where they have a couple people go and do some research on one topic. And then it might have to sort of be, as these things come up, the implementation committee could make a recommendation to the select board, we need another committee. But we're not recommending more than just the implementation committee and economic development specifically.
I think anything we have a question about falls upon the select board, because ultimately it is their decision in the end. So whether a committee is formed is their decision in the end. If a committee decides we should do something, it is still the select board's decision in the end. So if we're not sure, I think it should fall to the select board, because ultimately they're the ones that are going to appoint the board or committee or whatever it is.
Well, yeah, but Kelly, you're talking about a town appointed committee. I'm talking about a subcommittee of a standing committee. I don't believe that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we could call for a subcommittee of this committee to study traffic if we so desired. I don't think we would need the approval of the select board to do that. Am I incorrect there?
You're not incorrect, but depending on what you wanted the subcommittee to study, it may or may not be part of your charge.
Well, so I use the example of traffic.
Yeah.
I think anybody with any amount of neurons and functioning neurons would read this plan and say the traffic is an issue in the town. Therefore, my question is simply, if this committee wanted to form a subcommittee to study traffic safety.
To study that specifically?
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be called into question or not. to be truthful with you. I
Well,
can't
I'm
imagine
not
it.
suggesting that
Yeah.
we try it and see.
Yeah.
What I'm basically just saying is I believe that in.
But you certainly
the
have got
distinction between
subcommittees.
Kayla's question was, there are committees that can establish subcommittees. And then there are town committees that are approved by the select board. I believe I'm on pretty solid ground there, but we could research it.
Yes, but most committees are given a charge of some sort, is all I'm getting
Correct.
at. So if you wanted to decide to study whether or not we should plow the roads differently or put something different on the roads, that would be outside your charge potentially.
Unless it involved road safety.
Yes.
Thank you.
In this case, I think for this particular goal, I think select board makes sense because reading it again, this is talking about local and regional economic development plans. And I assume if anyone was going to include Raymond in a regional economic development plan, that would probably go through the select board.
And I guess my effort wasn't really to get into that as the weeds there as much as it was to say, once again, I was impressed with the conversation after the workshop by the member of the planning board. And it was basically the fact that please do as much as you can in the plan to give this implementation committee the tools necessary for them to do an efficient and effective job. And that was my goal as far as committees are concerned. I'm not trying to tell the implementation committee what to do. I couldn't anyway because they don't exist. So, but what I was impressed with was the comment from that individual at the workshop.
I don't want to drag this out, but I think I keep hearing us try to do things on committees, which is certainly good in the Raymond way. But case in point, North Star Planning, I mean, if we had attempted to do this comp plan without professional help, we'd be in a very different place. And having excellent or even good professional planning support, economic development planners, I think we should incorporate that somehow in our charge to how the implementation committee ought to go at it. They don't just have to make an ad hoc committee to solve complex traffic problems in Raymond. I mean, you need pros on that stuff to do it right. We're in a new age, that the age of doing it the Raymond way all ourselves is in the rearview mirror, I think. There's certainly stuff that we can do, and this committee's done an excellent job, but couldn't have done it without professionals.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, John. I think that we are at that stage of the game where consultants and people with specific expertise need to be involved in helping guide us in developing this. So I guess that's just my sense. The edit was that the Economic Advisory Committee or whatever they were are defunct. So that was my point.
Okay, so we've got a few more edits to responsibility here. This one, and these are all now in the state goals and strategies. So these are all goals that are required to be included in here. They are written by the state of Maine. They are not written by us. So that's why a lot of these, if you read through them, seem like they don't always fit Raymond because they're intended for every single town in the state. Anyway, so this one is about public investments and mechanisms to finance them, and the suggestion is that we add select board and town manager to the responsible parties. I think that makes sense. Let's see. So this is, so again, these are state housing goals we're looking at. Someone is suggesting that this goal that says maintain, enact, or amend growth area land use regulations to increase density, decrease lot size, setbacks, and road widths, or provide incentives such as density bonuses to encourage the development of affordable workforce housing be medium term instead of long term. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's my edit. I just figured once again kind of give a little better guidance and time frame for whoever's going to try and implement this. 5 to 10 years is a long time. 10 years is way too long.
I think it makes sense to shorten it as well,
Yeah.
especially when the state has a goal of creating so many
Yeah, and I think
homes.
I think the goals specific, we have some more Raymond specific zoning and lot size and those kinds of goals, and those I think we gave a shorter time frame. I can double check on that though.
I had a comment on 2A that didn't make it onto this. Did the state write the actual context, or was of that specific goal? I was looking in particular at density bonuses, and the conversation that we had at the last meeting was to explore these types of incentives and not, I just don't want to come across as recommending them if that's not something that we're required to do by the state.
This is the state's
This
language,
is the state, okay,
so.
all right.
And we do actually have in our ordinances density bonuses for cluster developments and the like. So those have already been implemented as far as, but not everywhere.
Right, I think I'm thinking specifically of the conversation around Gorham and what they do, and not knowing if it's something that's right for the town, and maybe it is and maybe it's not, but we'll have a conversation rather than a recommendation.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm looking back at the local policies, and so we had exploring additional programs or ordinances like we talked about in Gorham. We gave that a long-term goal. I guess the idea of exploring additional programs
that's
seems like
fine.
something that
Yeah.
might happen a little bit at a time, but then we have some other goals. Strengthening open space subdivision and clustered subdivision standards is medium term. And we have some other land use goals in here. I'd have to scroll through. I think we have some about the village character. I think those are all, most of these are flagged as medium term, which is 2 to 4 years. That might seem like a long time, but when you're talking about ordinances in a town meeting town, it's probably going to take, a year or two to get that process through. Okay, then we have, so this is another state goal. It says seek to achieve a level of at least 10% of new residential development built in the next decade be affordable as defined in Maine Title 30A. So this suggestion is to change this from medium term to short term.
And I guess that's my edit, and what I'd just say is that my understanding is that was one of the priority goals of the 2004 plan. They made it clear to the implementation committee. The implementation committee came out in 2010 with its final findings, and we weren't any closer to it than we were in 2004. It was a state requirement in 2004. Obviously, the town didn't go to jail because we didn't achieve it, because I don't know many communities in the state that actually were able to achieve that. However, it remains a requirement of the state. So I guess I just shortened the time frame to say, well, let's just find out. Are we going to have a task force to look at affordable housing in the town? And maybe that'll be a subcommittee of the implementation committee that will look at that, and we'll have some solid data as to whether we can achieve that or not.
Any committee members' thoughts on making that? It's a little bit of the way the goal is written by the state is a little seek to achieve, like I'm not totally
to achieve. I mean,
yeah,
we can seek to achieve in 1 to 2 years.
Yeah.
I just think
I don't have a problem
anything,
with it 'cause we're seeking.
anything that was on the implementation committee's charge, of which less than half of it was, and less than half of their priorities were ever achieved in the town. It just seems to me that we want to give the implementation committee as many tools as possible, but hopefully someone's going to hold their feet to the fire, and we'll find out. Can we get these things done, or can't we?
I think, yeah, if you're fine with that, I think you can seek to achieve.
Achieve.
Yeah.
It's not, unfortunately, it's not my wording.
It's their language.
Yeah. Okay, this is a suggestion to include Budget Finance Committee. I think that's fine for now. All right, and we're back to, so another, this is suggested to be short-term, is the goal, explore the possibilities of registering short-term, sorry, this is written twice, but explore the possibilities of registering and regulating short-term rentals.
Yeah, per the discussions that we've had before, and plus the discussion I had with several people at the workshop. And I don't know, did anybody receive anything in the mail?
I did.
Yes,
Oh,
that
oh.
caused quite a little chatter on
So,
my
so all I'll
little
tell you
mom
is that
feed.
it was shared to me at the end of the workshop. And by the way, there'll be something coming in the mail. So if you didn't get a chance to see it, or maybe it went out because it was just one of those cards, informational cards, and there is a survey online, not a town line, about the question of short-term rentals. So it just seemed to me that there is some segment of the community that's actually organizing. And therefore, it behooves us to state it in the plan that it's something that we would want to see and probably explore it sooner than later. I don't know, maybe a subcommittee that would look at it.
I think that's fair. I think I also might have accidentally put a couple of these goals in two places, so I will make sure the timeline is right and that they're in the right place. Okay, so this is right. That's a great edit where it says provide the code enforcement officer with tools, training, and support. We should include the code enforcement officer. And then, yeah, so that's all I have here. And I didn't get any comments on the inventory chapters.
Those were just interesting and fun to read.
Yeah, so you did all review those way back in the beginning.
Well, North Star was perfect, and we did a good job of editing ahead of time.
You
So
all
I read
did a
them.
great job of
I
editing
just enjoyed it as
and-
well. I thought it was a great job.
Yeah. So do we have any other comments on these?
I guess I just have a question.
Yeah.
Where did the CIP document come from?
Town manager.
Oh. So, Sue, could I ask you a question?
You can.
Okay.
You want an answer, I best go back to
Nah, well, that's fine. And we know who you are.
Yes.
So, in that CIP document, I think for 2027, because I think it's out over 5 years, there's like $181,000 for improvements to the gym at Jordan Small.
That's what Rec put in, I believe.
So that was my question. Who actually put that in the CIP?
Some sets of those are from Public Works, some are from Public Safety, some are from Rec. I'm not sure if Public Safety actually made it in before tonight.
We're gonna double, yeah,
Yeah,
we
'cause
didn't
I
make
sent
any
it to you-
edits, so
I sent
we'll-
it to you late,
We'll make
so.
sure it's in.
So Public Safety wasn't there.
Okay, so that was basically put in by the rec department? Okay.
Just as an estimate, because he uses a gym now and has some ideas of what he'll need to start off with renovations.
Great.
Or fixing things that are there.
That was just my question. Thank you.
I don't want page 3 in there because it'll be outdated by the time the plan comes out.
Let me see, what's page
It just goes to fiscal year 2024 to 25.
Okay.
I don't really see the point in that one.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, I see there's a comment in there. Thank you. I did not see that before. Yep, okay. So, any other comments, thoughts, concerns?
The only comment I would make is this, and that's that, and I heard it mentioned earlier, I think the pictures are fabulous. It's really terrific, very, very nice.
Good graphic,
I'd
excellent
move there.
Yeah, you all, this town, like, I have so many sunset pictures of Raymond. Like, I was like, man, I'm missing out by not seeing the sunset in Raymond, apparently, because
Well, we do own, I think, the highest elevation in the county.
there you go.
Yeah, with the views over, with the the on the edge of the mountains and
Yeah.
the lakes and just even sometimes the clouds around here. I don't know what it is. The sunsets really are something to look at.
Sam, thank you for the pictures you provided as well. That was nice. I liked the ducks.
Yeah. Good. Well, so I will stop sharing my screen. So how do you all want to move forward? I think in terms of the exact days for the public comment period, I think Sue would appreciate it if we can determine that offline after this meeting. But I don't know if the committee wants to, if you want to vote or if you just want to tell us to make these edits and go to public comment.
Yeah, I don't know that it requires a vote. What do people think in general?
I'm ready.
Start it now, that's
Now, probably meaning like,
in the next couple days, or week.
yeah, we need some time to make the edits
Make
and
the
then
edits
we'll
and put
coordinate
it
with
forward.
Sue on the public
Absolutely,
noticing.
yeah, let's
so.
get it out there.
Okay. Great.
Most of the month of November, our videographer is gone to play with volcanoes. So, and that's for like 3 weeks. So you might know, if you look at the town calendar in November, all 5 days of the first week of November have meetings, and then he goes away and doesn't come back until almost Thanksgiving. So November is going to be hard if any of these meetings want to be televised.
I was actually going to ask about that. If we're collecting public comment,
Mhm.
and we're not, and we're going to have a public hearing December,
Yes, we don't need to.
why do we
Do you
need
need-
November?
Yeah,
What do
you,
we have to discuss?
yeah. And do you need any public meetings to be here and televised is really my question too.
I think we're gonna have the public hearing in December, so that's set, and I think I would say to the committee, I don't know if you need to meet in November.
I say we take the month off, collect public comment.
All those in
Are
favor?
we doing anything at the election?
So that was gonna be, I
No.
was
No.
gonna suggest that maybe instead of having a meeting in November, that might give committee members some time to help publicize this through other channels.
Yeah, we can focus our efforts for
I mean,
November.
We can
It-
display a poster
spreading the
that
word.
says, check out your comp plan, now's the time to make comments.
Public comment is open
Yeah,
until December 4th.
we can do that
With a
at the
QR
election
code.
that doesn't even
Yeah.
have a person there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
It could be
And we can discuss, I don't know, we need to discuss it just now, but as far as the November election, that's been our format in the past of kind of getting the word out for a workshop or something like that. So we can discuss some strategy as far as the election is concerned, to inform the public that this comment period is out there, this is how to access it. and
It's
that's-
open now, it closes December 4th. And
Maybe we could have a flyer with a
So here's.
QR code, whatever on it.
Yeah.
You've got business cards right there involved.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
I think we've moved on to the next agenda item. So.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know we're going to discuss it. I would make this suggestion just real quickly to move public comment up. So I don't know if there's anyone here that's here for public comment, but rather than have to sit through all of this, if they would like to make a comment now, without objection, we'll just move public comment to this point.
agreed.
Any public comment? Anybody on Zoom?
But I probably should introduce our code officer, Jason Williamson.
Oh,
Excellent.
terrific.
All right, Jason, good to have you.
So he's kind to the public.
All right. Well, good to meet you. With that being said, I'll close public comment and go to the discussion on the public comment period. I think we've already kind of gotten into it, but let's continue it.
So I think what our plans are would be we will be updating the website to have links to review this. We will send out an email to the email list we have. We can make you flyers and social media graphics to share. If you want something poster size for election day, I can, make something bigger.
You can make a regular flyer, and if we want, we can have the town
Yep.
print it bigger.
Yep.
And we can affix that in our
Perfect.
usual fashion.
With a
But
QR
that's
code,
That's
yeah.
a choice we can make closer to election between Peter and I, or I think, yes, so we're not having an illegal meeting.
Yeah.
If you could just provide a few things for us.
That sounds good.
To just have available for people on election day.
Yep. Another question I want to ask you before we make this public. So we have, like how you've all been commenting using the Adobe comment. You can just place comments in the plan. When we put this up for the public, we can just do it like that and have people comment in the document. I also usually have like a comment form online in case people have trouble with the Adobe interface. Or we can not allow people to comment directly in the plan. There are two ways of looking at it. Sometimes people worry about what if someone writes something potentially inflammatory in the comments. I've never had a big problem with this. But if
Then it's posted. I mean, it's live to whoever.
Yeah, I have administrative ability to
clean
delete
things up if you need to.
Yes.
But you'd have to catch it.
Yes,
You have to be
exactly.
monitored.
I'm not going to be checking it
And-
every day.
And
to be
it
honest.
does allow a back and forth.
It does. So
I don't want that.
No, I don't think we want that.
I don't think it's a good idea to have them be able to comment on the document itself, but I would like to do all other available options so that we're accessible to everybody who has varying technological skills. So I'd like to make it known they can email at so-and-so to let us know their comments.
Sure.
That they can comment using your comment form, as you suggested.
But I would agree, and it avoids other individuals going in and looking and seeing other comments, and then them feeling that they need to respond back with a different idea or a different comment. I think
this is not the Press Herald comment section.
there you go. There you go. This isn't
Not
a
a live
public
card.
opinion poll.
Okay, so we will not have live comments in the document. We'll have a comment form. We'll have an email. We'll have it sent to us, I think, just because we'll be compiling everything. And then I'll connect with Sue, but we'll have a printed copy in the town office. We'll have an email, and we can also, I don't know, Sue, if you can have like just index cards or something in case people want to write a comment, something like that.
Or maybe the same comment form, just print it out.
Exactly.
And then we fax it to you or email it to you
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Is there like an easy way to like distinguish for people reading it, like what was determined by us and what's required by the state? Like, is there a way that we can make it sort of clear so people understand, like, these are kind of non-negotiables and these are the things that we have a little bit more?
Yeah, I think what we usually do is, like, we'll have some narrative on the web page that this is going to go on where we say, like, I usually post it in sections. So, like, here's the comprehensive plan. This is the forward-looking part of the plan. And then, we can explain that there's local goals determined by the town and the committee, and then there's also state goals in here. And then with the inventory chapters, we explain that these inventory chapters are, a collection of data that is required by the state. The content in here is what
Required by the state.
we have to do.
Yeah. And I believe you described that in describing what a comprehensive plan is.
Yeah.
But once again, whether someone's gonna read all of that or not, and it was kind of like to my point about labeling the growth area map as this is not a zoning, tray as many ways as possible, since those are the common misinterpretations that I've heard of, that growth plan map is a zoning map, and it's not.
Yeah, so we'll have kind of description, the what is this plan kind of language with it online and in the email.
And some of the tasks in the tasks section, just the headings, the state
Yeah.
required
Yeah.
economic policies, those types of things.
Is there anything else we need to think about for going to public comment, Sam, that I'm forgetting about? It's pretty easy. We'll just post it online and start sending it out. And then since we're giving ourselves a nice long chunk of time, that takes the pressure off a little bit too.
And I guess what I'd say is the approach would be similar to what we've had before, which is Kayla and I can post a sign-up sheet for whatever time someone would, from the committee would be willing to dedicate an hour or two at the election just to hand out the flyers and provide any question and answers to anybody that has them. And that seemed to have been as effective as anything else in getting the message out.
Is there a, go ahead.
And that's where we'll identify December 4th as public hearing, informal hearing, comment time.
We could get all of that out in just one informational sheet.
Yeah.
What the comment period is, how to
Yeah.
access the website to make a comment or to pick up a form at the town office, and then what the date of the public hearing would be. I think we could put all of that together in a flyer.
Will we do the informal public hearing as well as the formal public hearing
Great
date
question.
too?
So this public hearing is the one required by the state as part of your public comment period.
Right.
We're calling that formal.
No, we're calling that informal.
We're calling that informal.
I'm not sure.
First.
The first one.
The first
The
public
first one.
comment public hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
There will be
And then
another
there's the
public
second.
hearing next year to get it on the warrant.
Right.
But
So,
the first one, though, this first hearing, though, does it have to be noticed?
Yes.
It does. So
Yes.
we need a date, and it has to be noticed.
Yeah.
okay. And does it make sense to plan ahead for the second public hearing, since this is really our last opportunity to be in front of the town residents, unless we go do another basketball session Saturday?
I guess with that hearing, though, wouldn't we?
We don't know when it will
We'd
be.
have.
We don't
know what the edits would
Okay.
be from the public comment or from the state, right?
Yeah, we don't know what it'll be yet.
So those.
So it would have to, it's not as though we can put it far enough out, it has to be in
Well,
between
I guess we
two
could put it
separate.
far.
scheduled anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, the select board's got to do it.
Okay.
Just whisper it to Sam and
That is going to be at a select board meeting
Oh, I see. Okay.
when the warrant's ready.
Got it.
There'll be a time to go over all of the ordinances and everything like that, so,
right.
and all of the warrant articles.
Okay.
So that hasn't been determined yet. That'll be
Typically
determined probably in December.
February, March, or not
No,
that late?
that one's,
January?
that one's more like end of March, April.
Maybe
in
we
that
can
time
put a
period.
teaser on the flyer that says, and stay tuned
yeah.
for our final meeting.
That's a good idea, absolutely.
Yeah, so I know you're talking about election day. Anything else? In our original, once upon a time, we talked about doing a video for this stage of the project. Any other events, anything else we want to talk about doing? If people from the committee want to, record themselves talking about it, I think that would be more engaging than me talking about it, because no one in Raymond knows who I am. But, if there's any interest in making a video, we can put something together. But I kind of want to leave it to the committee for what you think would be most impactful at this point, whether it is flyers, signs, videos, attending other events. I want you to put your focus on whatever you think will be most valuable.
Well, is this the time period that we want the most engagement? Or is it at the warrant meeting? It might be now.
I would think so.
I'd love to lay low until December.
One
But-
in April is going to be, we're one of many.
Right, we've talked about reserving funds for that last final push to make sure everyone's aware. Are we at that point?
I think you probably have, this is the big one. This is the public comment period. This is really the public's last time to put edits into this document. I think a little bit of the extra budget that the committee talked about with the select board might be for some kind of public engagement or signage or something when you get closer to town meeting to encourage people to vote for it. But this is really this is like last chance to get your thoughts in.
Sure, I think during the budget discussions of the committee, we did talk about lawn signs. And we actually, I think John and I, we priced out what it would cost to do it, and we did build that in the budget. It's not 100 signs, but it would be signs just, I think what we were talking about is publicizing the vote on the warrant. But just as they could, if the group thinks it would be more productive to have those signs, since we budgeted for them, go out for the comment period, or the at least the public hearing on the comment period, would that be more advantageous than getting the word out on the vote on the warrant? Or
Objectively, signs would have a lot of competition right now.
Yeah.
Might not be super effective at this stage.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have the compilation of all of the emails and contact information that we've collected from people so far. We have pretty much a 2-month window to put word out on social media, on the website and everything. And then we have the biggest election that we're gonna see during our entire time that we're a committee here. So I feel like there's plenty of opportunity to connect with the public and people and make sure that they understand what's happening without necessarily having to go above and beyond, or, you know, I mean, those opportunities are.
I think the flyer handout, on November voting day is going to be key, and then come on December 4th if you've got anything else to say, and bring it to us, because then that's it. That it closes.
Yes. So
And
I'm
then
not hearing
streets-
anyone volunteer to be in a video.
Correct.
Kate, I think you'd be fine in a video, and I think you undersell yourself as far as being known in Raymond. I mean, these are televised. I know at least 5 people that know who you are.
Good. All right, well, we will work on getting some materials to go on the website, social media, the flyer. I think our priority is going to be giving you all the materials to get it out in social media and at Election Day, and any other, you know, sports games, Halloween, anything else you can. We have tons of business cards, I hear, so I think if people can be handing those out, it'll be on the website. I will email you all when it's posted on the website, so you know you can start promoting it. Probably don't start tomorrow because it's not going to be up for at least a week or so.
We wouldn't go as far as having draft compiled documents, hard copy documents at the November voting day to pass out.
I think that would be a lot of printing.
Yeah.
Well, if there's a flyer, if there's something that people can take and
Point their
phone
browser
at,
at.
and
Yeah.
Could we get a printed copy in the library too, Sue?
I don't see why not.
Okay.
And the town office?
Yeah, town office
I
and
mean,
library.
getting some print copy around would be good, because not everyone's savvy with QR codes.
Right.
Yep. So we'll write on that flyer too that there's printed copies available at the town office and the library.
Well, good.
Okay. Well, sounds good.
Great.
Okay.
Alrighty then, if we're through the discussion about the public comment period, I guess next on the agenda would be, John's going to give us a little overview of community partnership resiliency funding that's become available or is going to be extended.
Yeah, and I think that it's probably less applicable to our comp plan mission than I was hoping. But this is the third or fourth round of state and federal money, and unfortunately Greg's not here to counter the grant initiatives that come down from various channels. But the web link, oh, look, you got it. Yeah, good for you. Here I am at 5 of 6 sending you
I was already here.
a link, and there it was. So the entity, this has been going for several years now. They've got federal and state money to help towns plan for the future. It is certainly a climate and energy focused initiative, and there's language in this website for an option that allows for planning and planning resources, but again, that's mostly around climate related stuff, and I was hoping there was an ability to include stuff that would be attractive to, say, Public Works and doing related to big storm events and culvert replacement and things like that. And there's a line in there that says specifically that's not eligible for these funds. So I in that our comp plan isn't so much focused on making an energy efficient Raymond with plans for getting a lot of PV out on roofs, or say nothing about getting them out on the land. It's probably not the best fit, but it's one piece that was interesting was a map of all the towns in the state that had enrolled in the Community Resilience Partnership, and we're sitting in a zone surrounded by towns that have enrolled in this partnership. And the grant funds that come are between $5 and $75K for, again, largely energy retrofits or planning.
Can I tell them?
Yeah, you can tell us.
So there is, as part of this program, the state offers something called a service provider grant, which is where a government organization or, say, planning consultant can apply for $10,000 from the state to help a town enroll in the partnership.
Yeah.
And we've been discussing with Sue about if we could apply for that money for Raymond.
Are you guys that
So we
entity?
would, yes. So you're looking at
We're looking at it.
So we are planning to, we have a letter of support from Sue. We're planning to apply for this in the next round. It's not due until November. They won't announce funding until next year, but hopefully we will get $10,000 and then we can help Raymond enroll in the partnership and help you apply for your first grants through it. And I will add, John, that you can't get culvert money through this program, but Maine DOT now has a special program for things like culvert replacement where you have to be enrolled in the partnership in order to apply for it. So there is DOT money for the sort of culvert, big DOT money for big culverts kind of things available.
That's excellent.
Do we
Is
know?
there DOT money for sidewalks?
Yes, but not through this.
Do we know how some of the communities around us are using the funds, or
you can see it's on? There's like
Probably
a map on the website. I don't know where. If you scroll up, Melanie.
like if Casco or something?
Yeah.
Casco, Naples, Bridgeton, they're all in, and some of them I think are just recent.
There's the information's on the website. I'm not exactly sure where, but the other thing that I would point out is that you're eligible for more than double the money if you partner with another town. So like if Raymond and Casco wanted to do something together, then all of a sudden you can get $175,000.
Raymond gets it, or Raymond and
Casco
together get 100
for a joint
as opposed
project.
to 150. total between the two of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
So fingers crossed that we will get the funding, and you'll
This is
see us again.
excellent. That's so good. So good. Glad I was reading through and I was delighted. The sun was going down and I was thinking this isn't going to fit. So I'm so glad that you guys have already been on it. And
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. I think that's it. I mean, I don't think it would be a separate committee, unrelated to comp plan, probably to drive a bunch of energy efficiencies in the town of Raymond. But glad to know we'll have some tools and some expert help to guide us.
No guarantees, but hopefully.
Great.
Right. As far as efficiencies and energy efficiencies, I think a lot of that is coming out of ordinances, building codes, planning boards, code enforcement. So there's all those type of activities and resources to be pulled as well to try and develop some of those, whether they be energy conserving or environmental impact, weather, flooding, and all of that good stuff. Okay. And also, Sean's going to talk a little bit about a presentation he made at the Budget Finance Committee involving traffic.
Yeah.
Good.
So last budget finance meeting, I brought this committee's comments on the traffic safety issues, in which we opened up for public comment as well. Thanks, Jackie, for the information. Through that, I was able to have some direction on what to discuss. From the direction, the conversation really took off. The committee really wants to collect data, though, before anything is official. My understanding is that we have a radar speed sign, but it doesn't work, and it's not that it doesn't work, it only can do one speed. I forget what that speed is set at.
55, I believe.
Yes, and that's not what we want.
Can we trade that in for another model?
Right. However, though, our public works director, Nathan White, says that he can borrow a sign that should help us be able to collect some data. So big thank you to Nathan. So that's kind of where the stages we are, beginning stages, but we have a little bit of direction. But Budget Finance Committee does want to collect data before we start to dive kind of further deeper into how, if we were to spend money, how that money would look and how we would budget for that. So especially thank you to your insider information there. Just your knowledge helped me bring some direction to that committee as far as this is kind of what the vision is. So thank you for that. That's all I got.
That's great.
Okay, so I did happen to watch that meeting. I was unable to attend it. And I think it was an excellent discussion. A couple of things that struck me was, number one, the reason we actually, I think, was DOT gave us one, and the county has one that they can let us borrow. But I guess what I don't want to see is the goal, and it's a priority goal that's in this plan, that's looking at traffic calming in general. So a number of different ways. The feedback, the radar speed feedback signs, as we had in this discussion, are effective. The research I've done is it's effective to a point. I mean, a lot of the data is saying as soon as you remove it, the speeds go back up. There's other data that's suggesting that, yeah, there is an average of 5 to 10 miles reduction in speed. But they need to be strategically placed, which means usually you're going to put them in a place like, let's say, the Village, where it's going from 302 and a speed of 45 or 50 miles an hour down to 25 or 30, that you would strategically place it there. Just placing them randomly, the data I saw was it's not all that effective. When the discussion also said that the one that we have, I believe that came from Maine DOT, I think so, that there's a computer part that doesn't allow it to adjust the speed. And I got the sense, although it wasn't discussed in any detail, that computer part is broken, and they have not been able to locate a replacement part for it. But we actually have one here. Had I been at the meeting, I would ask the question, did we deploy it? Or did Maine DOT give it to us broken? Which, thanks a lot, all we're doing is paying to store it. If they can't find a part, is it because it's 100 years old? Because otherwise, why can't you find a part? So I didn't get to ask those questions. But also, in doing my research on these things, what I found is and I've seen examples of them, we're used to seeing the trailer with the solar panel and the big flashing screen. But more and more, what's happening is those are being replaced by individual portable signs that go up on a post that you can take down and put on another post. I priced the trailers. When I heard the comment that these are $15,000 for a standard one, and up to $30,000 if you want to get one that collects data, which I believe is what the goal here was, to collect data, and also provide some traffic calming, that almost $6,000 on what I saw is the trailer. Of the $15,000 price for the thing. So the signs run more like, that will collect data, run more like $4,000 or $5,000. And what's recommended as a strategy is that since you can take them off their bracket and put them on another site, they are portable, so you can target places for it. I've seen them permanent, I'm sure we've all seen them. What they do is they post the speed limit, 40 miles an hour, and then below it is the display. And so, but that's just one way of traffic calming. And what's come through loud and clear to me on this committee is that's one of the #1 priorities for the people in this town. It's the speed on the roads, both the primary roads and the back roads, and that there's got to be a way to calm it. We've talked about maybe, like some other communities have done, contracting with the sheriff's department for additional hours just for traffic control. That's expensive, and it seems that's kind of putting the cart before the horse, because once again, we need to get DOT involved in this. That's why the plan says that we're going to have a master plan with MDOT on traffic in general and the roads. But I mean, it's much less drastic to make the investment in getting that data and posting these strategically, these less expensive signs that collect data, than it is these big behemoths. You got to have a pickup truck to move around, and that they have a third of the cost is in the trailer. So I guess what I was just concerned about in listening to the discussion was that I hope it doesn't get lost on what this plan is trying to achieve with addressing the community's issue with speeding. It would allow us to calm the traffic, hopefully, not absolutely, because there is no one cure for it. It would also, more importantly, I think, collect data for MDOT, so that then we could say at the very least, I believe you need that, to then go to them and say, we want a traffic study. I mean, but at least it's getting the ball rolling. Yeah. If we don't have the data, then MDOT is going to say, right, how do we know there's a problem? And we're not going to do a traffic study because they're costly. But that then puts us in a position for everything from roadway changes to potentially decrease in traffic speeds, to hopefully decreasing accidents and all those other good things.
Much safer town.
Yeah. So that was my sense of the research. I mean, and quite honestly, what communities bigger than us have done is they've gone through that evolution, right? Right up to the point of what we don't want to do is have to, because we can do this without MDOT. If we want to put speed bumps on one of our roads, we can do it.
But like
It's a little extreme.
we have a fair amount of state roads that go through, like Egypt Road
We
and
do,
85.
but
and
we've
those are all
also
state
got a
roads.
number of country roads
Yeah.
where it's not. So whether you want to build an island, if you want to narrow the road, I mean, there's a number of things you can do to slow people down. What I'm saying is that those probably aren't that well received by the community or our visitors. So before we have to get to that extent, I would think that what we need to do is collect the data and to get MDOT with a master plan so that we can address these things. But I did hear that Nathan did plan on deploying, the asking for the county to loan us the one that they have that's working, and deploying that, hopefully strategically, with, I'm sure with some thought as to where the hot spots are. And he made an excellent point, which is always kind of lost in the whole discussion, which is it's really not even talking about the initial capital expense. It's the hours to maintain.
To run it.
It's the hours to download the data. I mean, they're Bluetooth now, so you can basically, you buy the program and you download the data. You don't have to take the thing down. You just point something at it, and I don't know how the things work. But anyway, so all of that is available for less than $15,000 to $30,000 each. And so I'm saying I'm gratified to hear that we're going to attempt to do that. But I just didn't want it to get lost in the plan that is a priority for us, because, and when I say us, I mean the community made it loud and clear that they want to see some action. They want to see something done.
Yeah, that conversation will continue, especially the people who have been talking to me. I know they're not gonna let it up, so.
That's great.
Yeah, well, I probably connect with Nathan if that's fair, and just see, number one, if he's got it, and then see if there's a plan on where to deploy, because Raymond's a big area, and try to get as much information as possible across the whole town, but it's a big area. Where do you put them? How long do you put them there for?
Yeah, I believe one of Nathan's comments after he was answering questions was the fact that, well, you know, a lot of these roads are where speeding occurs and everything. I believe this is what I heard him say. You know, it's not the people from away. It's the people that are commuting back and forth to work.
Through town, yeah.
It's either they're coming through
They're
town.
familiar with the roads. And
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we could see if we could make some impact on 302 or on 121 or something like that, but I'd love to see some impact on Egypt Road and Raymond Hill Road and the Cape 85 and that
Mill
sort
Street.
of stuff as
Mill
well.
Street,
So
yeah.
anyway, that was an excellent discussion. I hope you guys continue with it, and hopefully loud and clear that this priority is really, and that's why I was stressing getting the data collection component in there. You know, we don't have these, you know, pie in the sky thoughts that a couple of radar speed display signs are going to solve all the problems. That's really not the primary intent, I believe. Okay. So, we did public comment. How about comprehensive plan committee comments?
I'm just waiting patiently for yours.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, one comment, a little research that I did, just to kind of inform us a little bit more in costs of things. And I think it was 2012 or 13, we got the state approval for the sidewalk project in the Raymond Village. And at that time, of course, we had to submit all of the grant requirements and everything. And at that time, 2013-14, it sticks in my head, what came out was that the state said that it would cost around $180,000 for the project, and that Raymond was responsible for coming up with 20% of that. And but that it would be a year or two before it would be dig ready, shovel ready. By 2016 or 17, I believe, it was dig ready. The price had risen to $470,000. So the state had to come up with MDOT had to come up with additional funds, but Raymond's share also increased with that because it was a percentage of the total. So just that was for me just to get a sense of what does it cost to put a curb and a sidewalk in. And so in 2017 or 18, it cost close to $500,000 to do the sidewalk and the curbs in the village. So when we start talking about, you know, where you know, we want to make sidewalks to interconnect, let's say, the village with the commercial area along Mill Road or whatever, we're talking about substantial dollars. And so that just has to be, that's what I was looking at to just get a sense myself, since we talk a lot about sidewalks. Can we do that as a community without grants or state aid? My guess would be that there'd be probably a taxpayer's revolt at the amount that costs. By the same token, you know, when we talk in terms of a few $1 million, now you're talking real money, right? When you compare that to some of the other plans in the town for spending money, you know, a couple $1 million doesn't seem to me to be a lot in order to make reinforce the sense of community in this town and to encourage, let's say, reasonable development in the areas of growth and the like. So I thought I'd just share that with people. That was my research.
Any improvement of that scale, Peter, would almost certainly be a partnership with DOT, would it not? And we'd be cruising in a 10 to 20% contribution level.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
For, let's say, sidewalks or some other.
Sure.
Or I'm thinking about the bike lanes or the, and just, yeah, making it more pedestrian friendly. So it's, yeah, and then that's more than doubled in 3 years. That's, yeah. And
what's the cost now?
Now, the last 3 years, we've seen, yeah, price increases that have made past years pale.
Well, I think these might be things that, you know, we can try to encourage the town to take into consideration when they're reviewing site plans, development plans from, you know, some of these cluster developments or, you know, like that apartment development that's down near the end of Webb's Mills,
Yep.
you know? Yeah, I mean, you know, having some incentive for them to invest in creating a sidewalk or participating in that somehow, you know, or having open space or recreational trails as part of developments like that. I think, you know, maybe that should be on the mind of our code enforcement and planners and planning board as they review any sort of subdivision type plans or development plans or any commercial buildings that come in, you know, how can we work together with these developments to help achieve some of these goals that we have for the town? You know, can we work together to share in that cost?
And I think in line with that, Jackie, I think the presentation that Chris Hansen made on impact fees, you know, although, you know, there's the pros and cons of that, but we're going to leave that up to others to decide when and if that's going to be a revenue stream that we would look at. But my contention was with new development, impact fees that would help pay for infrastructure like sidewalks and trails and the like. So, you know, like I said, my approach with impact fees would be more with a scalpel than a meat cleaver, because I know it leaves a bad taste in people's mouths lots of times. And the fact that the argument, and I think it's well taken, Greg makes that argument, he would be making that argument if he was here tonight, is that it's, you know, the developer just passes that cost on to the consumer. So in the long run, it just drives up the cost of housing, and so that's a concern. You know, obviously the developer decided on Honey Hill, the development you're describing, they thought it was reasonable for them to get a return on their investment to not only put sidewalks up there, but to bring public water there, because it was right down on 302.
But the sidewalk doesn't even extend down to Webb's Mills.
It doesn't. Isn't that a shame?
Yeah.
It stops.
Yeah.
It stops. But the sidewalk down to 85, they've got a sidewalk. you know, and they've got it all the way around their community, and that was on the developer's dime. So, you know, impact fees, something that hopefully are gonna be explored in the future. I don't believe it was received well by selectmen when Chris first, well, I think it was accepted. It was pretty well accepted when Chris first brought it to the select board. But then, for some reason, then they kind of soured on it and said, no, we don't want to do it right now. It might have been being educated to the fact that it is going to drive the cost of houses, and that's a reasonable concern. But I believe we also had the gentleman from the Lakes Association, who also mentioned, spoke to us, that also mentioned impact fees on the lakes and ways that they could have money to do their mitigations, to prevent erosion, to educate lakeshore people to what controls they can establish in their own lakeside properties. So, you know, he mentioned that as well. So, you know, there's got to be the positive and the negatives, and like I say, that's going to be up to someone other than us to decide. But that is another revenue stream other than taxes that could be considered. And I guess lastly, in just a public comment, I'd say that in looking at overall the actions of this committee with the assistance of North Star is such that once again, I just think sometimes we tend to underestimate ourselves in the expertise that is represented on this committee. And the fact that, you know, I'm encouraging that certainly, you know, I think each and every one of you could be essential and helpful with an implementation committee. I will go on record right now as saying is that I'm not doing it. That being said, I would recruit each and every one of you to be on that implementation team to see that it happens. And I'm also gratified to hear that the town manager is talking with North Star about grants. Yeah. I think that's excellent. So some of the things, like the discussion on the road signs, it's stuff that we haven't even put out in general in this plan, and it's already the ball's already started rolling. You know, no guarantees, but the ball is rolling. And I will give a lot of the credit to that ball's rolling to this committee, because I think you've done an excellent job. And that's all I have for committee comment. Anyone else? No one? Look at that. The gift of time.
I got one quick question. I was just
Sure.
It'll be short. I was hoping our code enforcement officer could just give us a little history on where he came from and.
Well, I'm a Raymond resident.
Would you? Yeah. Just introduce yourself and where you live.
Jason Williamson, 154 Valley Road. Built my house 3 years ago. I moved to Maine 20 years ago. Lived in Casca for a while. I was a builder, carpenter, and I decided to make I guess you could call it midlife crisis change, but there was no midlife crisis. I just wanted to save my body, and when the job opened up in Raymond, I thought it a great opportunity. I knew Chris, and it's been I've been on the job for 3 months, and it's been enjoyable, not without its challenges, and I've learned a lot along the way. But I'm excited to be here, and I know I haven't been around to work with you guys, so I reserve any comments or opinions because I'd like to let it all soak in before I say anything. But I plan on obviously working with everything that's going on here, and looking forward to it.
That's excellent. Appreciate it. Yeah, we look forward to it as well.
Can I ask you, I thought
Sure.
I heard Chris said, I think he was talking at the Budget Finance Committee meeting, but anyway, he was talking about the plan is that within the next 6 months to the year, you're going to kind of swap roles. Is that the plan?
Yeah, once I have all the certifications and I'm up to speed, that's the plan, and so Chris can kind of sunset and take it.
He can try and retire.
He can try and retire. Talks about.
That'll be 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And could I ask you, it sounds like most of your experience is in building.
Yeah.
So as far as code enforcement is concerned, this is your first experience in code enforcement office?
First
Right.
go around, yep.
Yeah, and you got a good mentor.
I like to think so.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I've worked with a few code enforcement officers, and most of them have always been reasonable, and I've liked working with them. I've never had a problem with code enforcement, but Chris, I've worked with him a few times, and yeah, we hit it off, and I think hoping he's put me on a good footing. I like to feel like he is, so.
Absolutely. Well, I can appreciate the role of code enforcement officer. I was on zoning board of appeals for 25 years, so I kind of have a sense of just a little bit of what a code enforcement officer
It's a lot more complex. You
Yeah.
know, you're a psychologist, you're a consultant, you name it, we pretty much have to do it. A referee, yes.
Absolutely.
A police officer, half it sometimes. It's.
Well, we wish you the best of luck.
Oh, thank you.
Great to have you on board.
Thanks.
If there's no other comment, I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
There's a motion, second.
Second.
There's a second, all in favor? We are adjourned. Good, okay. Still on page 10, develop a process to rank the sites in Raymond most appropriate for solar development. And the edit was, and incorporate this criteria into Raymond's solar ordinance.
Makes sense.
Let's get specific with that.
Yep.
See what happens at the next special town meeting.
That's right, that's right. Could be a moot point.
It probably will be. I don't know.
You're no help.
But certainly, we're going to be dealing with other applications coming down the road for commercial solar
Yes, we are.
entities, and therefore, you know, I don't think it's an issue that will be resolved or not, but simply by the ordinance change coming up. It's gonna more clearly define it, in my understanding. That's about it. Okay. Still on page 10, continue to work with, simple edit, and support local organizations.
I'm good.
So I guess the idea of this edit is to keep reinforcing with everyone who cares to look that we need to be supporting local organizations.
Yeah.
Okay? Still on page 10, work with Cumberland County Soil and Water Conservation District. And the edit is, and the town's lake associations. So it would be including our town lake associations along with CCSWD. Any problems with that? No?
No, that's good.
Okay,
That's
we'll do
good.
that.
That's good.
Good at it.
Yep.
Pursue public access easements for swimming, fishing, and passive recreation and the edit is, all lakes, ponds, and water bodies through a collaborative process between municipal government and landowners. Once again, we're fostering that idea. There's got to continue to be collaboration.
Those specific ponds were called out because they currently don't have public access.
Yeah,
There are a few that do have public access.
okay. So if we wouldn't want to say all ponds and water bodies, I guess I would still say we want to do it through a collaborative process between municipal government and landowners. I think that, for me anyway, that kind of takes the sting out of any thoughts of eminent domain and the like. I mean, I know the process really to establish it is state inland fisheries, I believe,
Yeah.
as far as boat ramps and any of that stuff goes.
Yeah.
But as far as the town being able to, I don't know, say we've acquired a piece of property and we're going to donate it to the state, if in fact they want to put a boat launch here, increase access, that might be a strategy. I'm just suggesting some strategy. So I guess, yeah, if what we want to do is just highlight those two areas where we have public access, but then I would say include the, the collaborative process between municipal government and the landowners.
I do just want to bring this up. So I live on Raymond Pond. I did have my annual HOA meeting between our last meeting and this meeting, and it came to my attention that there was this public process maybe 10 or 15 years ago throughout Raymond, and you know, and this is kind of how it ended up, in that every other body of water except for these three have this general public access, and so that there was already a townwide thing that happened, and I guess, I don't know, people in my HOA are maybe a little close to it, but you know, it was a very unpopular thing, I would say. And obviously they live there. It's a very small population. It wouldn't, they don't speak for the whole town, but from we're trying to implement certain things, and this was implemented townwide 10 to 15 years ago, is my understanding. And I don't know if anybody on the committee actually has better experience with what happened, but I think that might be something to consider before we put this in here, because, I guess the goal is to actually implement what we're putting in here. And I do just want to point that out.
Yeah, I think, John, if memory serves me, I recall there was an issue back around that time frame involving a piece of property that was coming up for sale that was on Panther Pond. And I believe there was if memory serves me, there was quite a pushback on the part of the Panther Pond Association and other individuals that had interest in Panther Pond that did not want to see that. So I don't know if what you're saying is that what you've heard is what came out of that was some sort of a deal where all the other, once we let's say granted access to Crescent Lake, that then we would not be looking to provide it or increase the amount of access through to the public to our other water bodies. I'm not aware of that, but
no, I think I'm saying something a little different, and obviously I wasn't here when this happened. I guess the story I heard was that there was a big push through inland fisheries and wildlife to get public access to every body of water in the town.
Sure.
And I think that, at least in Raymond Pond, what I heard was that there's no town-owned land. It's all privately owned, and so there was one of these battles of, okay, well, where would we put this? And it's all private land. And so I guess I'm not sure if that's the same for Notch Pond or Nubble Pond, but all I'm saying is I think what we're saying is try to pursue this public access easement. I guess what I'm saying is I think this was pursued about 10 to 15 years ago, and we ended up here, and it might just benefit us to figure out how we ended up here.
I think the main difference, or a difference, is both with the Raymond Pond experience and certainly with Panther, was that the scale of a public boat launch ramp is what it was, and the way this is worded here, it's not talking directly about a public boat launch ramp. It could be a hand carry access scale that would perhaps be more amenable to, for example, Raymond Pond. I think the way it's worded right now is pursue public access easements for swimming, fishing, and passive recreation at those ponds. I think Nubble is entirely surrounded by private property, so I don't know how far we get with that, but go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, so I think the question is, through this process, I think it was clear that people in Raymond want more access to these public resources that are in town. Yep. The question for this specific bullet point, and I'm sure it's later in the chapters about, those are the three that don't have any today.
Yeah.
Do we want to make that a point here to say we're prioritizing those three because there's no public access today, or to Peter's point, we need to work on access everywhere, noting that there are some ponds that don't have any access. If that's more, it's less specific, but I think it also would be true to the process, and
Yep.
Sam, you can weigh in, but, you know, I'm sure there are other bodies of water where there could be more access desired if it was available or there was an opportunity.
Or improved at least.
Right. Okay.
And just to be clear, I'm not advocating for a change. I'm more just bringing up that I thought what I learned kind of, fit in with this bullet point.
Well, yeah, Frank.
Yes, if I remember correctly on Raymond Pond, there was a piece of land that
Came
was
up.
being considered for a boat ramp, but the vast majority of people who live on Raymond Pond, who have property in Raymond Pond, did not want it at all. And it ended up that there was some influence in Augusta by individuals that ended up someone higher up in the state government told Fish and Game to forget about it.
There's a big difference between a boat ramp where you're bringing a boat with a motor that can make a wake and, especially on some of these smaller places.
Yeah, well, I don't think they
versus
were looking
fishing
to
from the
bring,
shore or something.
100 horse
Yeah.
engines in the pond. I mean, I think people would have been appropriate to limit the amount of horsepower going into the pond and maybe even restrict it to, canoes and kayaks and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It was just cut off.
I like Peter's edit because that considers everything that we've just been talking about, because it's got to be a collaborative process between the government, municipal government, and landowners. It's not eminent domain. It's, I think people in the town who
Collaborative process, yeah.
Yeah, who don't have access to the water
Yep.
want more access to the water, whether that's better access to Panther Pond or Raymond Pond. It doesn't really matter. The sites that we have are filled up in the summer, so
Yes.
it's hard to drive by and not be able to get there.
I think Peter's edit would
Do it.
just do it.
Yeah, I like
That means softens it.
Appropriately scaled. What you got in there is certainly isn't talking about boat ramps, because that's a hot button.
Sure. So if I understand it, what we would just say is pursue public access easements for swimming, fishing, and passive recreation at the areas that don't have public access now, and state those
I like all.
at all.
As opposed to pulling out those three. Because
Okay.
it incorporates those three but doesn't call them out.
Okay. Is that good, everybody?
Yep.
And I would just say that, unfortunately, we're not taking any comments during this. There will be an opportunity at the end. But I guess what I'd just say is my understanding, though, is just to be clear with everyone, inland fisheries and the state, even to this day, are looking for every opportunity to establish public access on water bodies in Maine that do not have public access. So I would think part of this, incorporating this into the comprehensive plan, is the fact that that's what the state wants. That's what they want to see us moving towards.
Yeah, all they have to do is find a willing seller. And
That's it. That's the key.
And-
Someone that will sell it.
the process is,
Got a question, and maybe this is a John Rand question, but is there a weird conflict between us trying to maintain our water quality and us as a town trying to get all these different access into all these water bodies?
I think we can make a goal. I think that can be part of the goals, is to continue to maintain those, because I don't envision jet skis and pontoon boats on Raymond Pond, but my son would love to fish there.
Sure.
So
So the key is access, right?
I think it's
what the
hard
access
to
is
feel
going to be.
invested in your community if you're not allowed to use it.
Yeah.
And I think that if people see the beauty and feel the beauty and connect to the beauty, they're less likely to abuse the place that they live in.
or we can regulate it too.
We can do that
Yeah.
through ordinance and just make it clear what access means on these bodies of water.
Yeah.
And-
appropriately scaled. I
Yeah.
still like that language, which doesn't rule out a boat ramp, but it's certainly not specific enough for anyone to provide any real guidance, but it kind of incorporates the lessons learned from the Raymond Pond experience and the and the Panther Pond experience, which.
Does the committee have any issues with John with the appropriately scaled? We'll let North Star wordsmith that in there as well. Thank you.
May take forgery, forging, not forgery.
Okay. I keep losing my place here. All right, so page 12, goal 3, invest in road and traffic improvements. This is just probably straightforward. I've seen this comment or this description in other comprehensive plans that I've read, but none of them have adequately explained to me what is complete streets in Vision Zero policy.
I believe that is already defined in the transportation chapter, but I can double check to be sure.
If it is, could we just have a reference on this goal?
Yeah.
That sound reasonable for everyone?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Page 14, goal 5, strengthen Raymond's sense of community. And it's the line is explore the feasibility of a town-run daycare program. And the edit would simply be explore the feasibility of a town-run or public-private daycare program. Thoughts?
Why? Why a town daycare? What's wrong with private ones?
We don't have enough childcare in the town, period. And if we've got more families coming in, we need it, and that's just critical. I think it's just overlooked pretty frequently.
Especially if it's taking away their school.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you raise a point there as far as, one of the things that we asked for at the Pom-Pom survey was daycare. And although it certainly was on the lower end of votes, I believe that what this edit is saying is that either keep that option open. So as an example, if when the school comes back to the town, it may be that some space there with what would be considered to be reasonably low amount of renovation cost because it was a public school might be relatively inexpensive to turn into a daycare center. And therefore, it would either be a revenue stream, we talked about new revenue, by leasing it to a private concern, that Raymond also has some amount of say over, or a public-private where it's something as simple as we can get you to decrease your expense and maybe pay your employees a living wage, and in return what we'll do is give you a big break on the lease. And that would be kind of a public-private type of a program.
The RSU is currently sort of doing this with pre-K program with one of our daycares here in Raymond.
Yep.
They sort of have a public-private relationship, and from what I hear, it's quite successful and working out nicely.
So I guess this said it would just be opening the door to say, either way, we might be open to that, so.
And right now, we're exploring adding to our rec program a before and after care program.
And all the programs that we have available right now have wait lists within 24 hours. It's like Taylor Swift tickets. So and then you're not guaranteed coverage, and it impacts parents' abilities to work. So I just see it as something that's going to get worse.
Yep. Are we okay with that edit? Just to add or public-private? Good. Moving on. Still on page 14, I guess the edit was simply to say, why one event? Why not multiple community events throughout the year? Hold multiple. Good? That's an easy one. Page 16, future land use map. So the first edit would be something on the map or in the narrative that simply says very clearly that this future land use map is not a zoning map. I personally think it's important to make that distinction. Number one, because the state requires that it not be a zoning map. And secondly, so that anyone looking at the plan doesn't get the sense that, oh, they've just changed the zone I'm in. It's not a zoning map, right? So I would ask that edit be included. Also on page 16, future land use map, there was an edit saying, are we going to have a separate map showing conservation lands? And if not, can we incorporate that into the future land use map?
Yeah, that should already be in the either natural resources or recreation.
So that would,
chapters.
there's a map in the chapters?
Yeah, that has all the conservation lands. Yeah.
Good. Sufficient? Good. All right, so we don't need any edit there. Still on page 16, expand the village growth area to the intersection of Route 85 and Plains Road and add critical rural area to the Tenny River corridor. That second one got my attention. We kind of missed that.
Yeah, we had talked about trying to focus on that intersection and improving the beach.
At Crescent.
At Crescent, trying to slow down traffic, and the town owns some of that land across the street from it. So it seems appropriate to explore as some of that village type.
Makes sense. So we'd like to see that added on the future land use?
Yeah, I think that kind of, that little area between Crescent and Panther and Plains Road, you know, that whole little
Yeah,
intersection.
that's basically as I understand it, that's Tenny River.
Yeah.
And so that also be, I had the opportunity one hot July day to go down at kayaking with my daughter, and I got to tell you, it's one of the jewels and hidden secrets of
Special.
Raymond
Yeah.
is going down from Crescent Lake to Panther Pond via the Tenny River. It's not
Really
an all-day
area.
expedition, but it's certainly beautiful between turtles and dragonflies and lilies. It's nice. So if we would add that to the critical area.
Preservation of that has to be top
That corridor.
priority for the.
Well, yeah, and we've had those conversations. A good portion of that property basically is Camp Hines and the Boy Scouts.
And they have an easement on some of their property. I think there's about 1,000 feet of conservation along the Tenny River that the Scouts own, and Luneco holds that easement, I think.
And not relevant necessarily to the conversation, but we've had the conversation before, and I think it's mentioned further on in the plan and whatever, or in the appendix, that it's areas like that what happens when it gets to the point where the Boy Scouts say that their property has more value as real estate, waterfront real estate, than it does as a camp, or they go insolvent, or who knows what happens down the road. But that's for another conversation.
That applies to all the
That's something we should be
That's all.
looking at.
Yeah,
That's all the
all the
camps.
camps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Show up on that screen.
All right, and still on, no, I believe that was it for
Yeah.
page 16. We're getting to the end, folks.
Peter, if I could, before we move on.
Yes.
Sam zoomed in a little bit. I was hoping I could point it out. There you go. Yeah, use the pointer. Thank you. That's good. The Tenny River, I understand, is that connection between Crescent and Panther Pond. But at the same time, there was a comment about extending the growth area toward Plains Road, which kind of crosses over the Tenny River, as I understand it. Like, are there specific properties that whoever made that comment, or like, does it go all the way down to the intersection? Does it include Camp Hines in a growth area, for example? Or is it really just, going down to the Tenny River itself?
So there's a parcel, I believe it's 7 acres, that is right where Plains Road and 85 come together on that corner, on like this side of it. That's town-owned property.
Next to the cemetery.
Next to the cemetery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where, they could look at putting parking for the ramp for the beach goers at Crescent.
Okay.
Or maybe there could be like a hand carry boat portage entry into the river. But that could possibly be used in some sort of way to help make improvements in that area. And, you know, I wouldn't necessarily consider it growth, you know, along that area, not the same way we would see it in the village there, but just slow traffic down, maybe sidewalks, maybe crosswalks, something that would make it safer for pedestrians to get, you know, to the beach and park their car.
So I think that was that's very helpful to understand kind of what you're envisioning and if that matches up with what other people are thinking. When we talk about the growth area, there's a narrative in the future land use section that talks about small scale multifamily, adding some commercial uses to kind of go with the civic uses that are already here. It's this part of town we're in. And I didn't know if that's the kind of thing you kind of envisioned kind of going down the hill toward Crescent, or if it was really maybe more about building up that kind of pedestrian, recreational access kind of near the river and the lakes.
I'd like to think it's the latter, right?
Yeah.
And not bringing the whole orange growth down to and beyond the river.
Okay. So I did hear there was pretty clear consensus that river itself should be green. There should be a green connection between Crescent and Panther. But maybe with that extra explanation, we're not talking about a map change. We're not talking about changing that growth area boundary, but maybe just kind of saying within that critical rural, some appropriate uses that would make it safer for people to walk and access the resources would be appropriate.
Yeah. So improvements, not necessarily growth and development, you know.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a green connection along the river would be a helpful demarcation of however wide that is, because as Frank's point, special place, special river, special natural resource. And as I said, there's town's got acreage on one side, there's scouts have conservation on the other side. There's other conservation in the area.
And maybe we could go way out on a limb and make the Tenny River blue.
Make it blue with green on the side.
I'm getting wild now,
you're getting crazy.
I know.
We'll see. We'll see.
So,
all right.
Are we okay with that?
Yes.
That good?
Yeah.
All right.
I got a quick comment. I'll just, and I think you answered it, Sam, that there are other conservation properties are shown on another map in the plan.
Yeah, this map shows critical rural areas, so that's what the dark green is. But the map that's showing just conservation properties is already in the inventory chapter.
Okay, yeah. And I'm just, what came to my mind was whether having, and it would probably be too complicated, but having those existing conservation areas somehow portrayed or overlaid on this growth map. So that it's clear where we're proposing growth and where we're proposing rural, and that it's just making it clear how those are proposed land uses hopefully dovetail to some extent with existing conservation, like Morgan Meadow, which in this case is all green.
Yeah, we can definitely show those layers on this map as well.
Might get too complicated.
Yeah,
helpful, but
we'll have to play with that a little
Yeah.
bit. I think we want to avoid making it
too busy.
Yeah,
Yep.
right. But it could be helpful.
Okay, the last one that I have on my handout, but certainly not the last one for discussion for the committee. I captured as much as I could from the draft edits as they exist, but there may be other things that have occurred to people, so certainly I want you to chime in. Was page 28 summer survey. The respondents were mixed if the town should invest in infrastructure and facilities. Now, the edit that is suggested here is that the summer survey said that almost 2/3 of respondents support investing in town services and infrastructure, such as community center, even if taxes are likely to increase. And then the analysis goes on to say, nearly 58% of residents without children were in favor of investing in Raymond. That percentage jumped to 72% if the resident has school-aged children in their household. So I guess the edit is asking if this, characterizing this as mixed doesn't seem to jive with the results analysis of the summer survey. And to compound things, I kind of pulled up, just to refresh everyone's memory, how question 7 of the summer survey was posed to the citizens. And it says, the town of Raymond should, bullet point 1, keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. And the second bullet point was, or question was, invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure, even if taxes go up. Now, in reading this, I would say as a survey question, I would say that really, in order to be a little bit more equitable, there should be at least 4 questions here, right? So the option to the citizen on the first one was keep taxes as low as possible. Well, that should have been it. That's survey question number 1. Survey question number 2 would be keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. The survey question number 3 should be invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure. And then the 4th question should have been invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure, even if taxes go up. So I think that the edit is really suggesting that the data we collected doesn't seem to jive with the analysis in the report, or the statement that the respondents were mixed. You know, as I read the data, number 1, we didn't ask all the right questions.
Parse it out.
The pie chart in the analysis has 2, and one of them is low taxes, and the other one is invest in the town.
Yeah.
And so, but the question wasn't asked. Maybe a reasonable person would say, well, I want low taxes, but I do want you to invest in the town. So maybe what you got to do is decide on what you're spending the money on and spend it on something else. I'm just saying that could have been a question. The question could have been proposed in the survey a little differently. I'd ask North Star's feedback on that, their questions, the sense of how that's worded.
Are you asking how that last sentence should be worded?
Yeah, I guess, or you know, but my sense is this one, and this is my edit, so I'll take responsibility for it. The sense that I have in looking at this, and then having looked at the survey, and having looked at the survey questions and analysis of the survey questions, and then to read this, I got to tell you from my own personal experience and talking with people at elections and at associations and everything else, the consensus seems to be if there is going to be improvements that are needed in the town and services, then even if it means my taxes going up, I'm okay with it. But once again, that's not taking into account the survey results, which I believe that they don't disclose entirely what the pie charts and the graphs are saying to support this statement. The respondents were mixed. And I don't think anything I've heard or anything I saw in the data says that it was mixed. It was saying people very clearly want to see, there's a consensus that they want to see investment in the town. You know, what we didn't ask is at an increase in taxes, or at the same amount of taxes, or less taxes. So I'm a little cautious as far as the wording of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you, I have, basically, when I've talked to groups and whatever, I've been saying basically that, based on the data in our survey, people in town there's a consensus that, if it's gonna take more spending, which means more taxes, in order to get us more services and get at these other goals that we want, then it's okay with us. Not everybody, certainly.
I agree, Peter. On the surveys we did, and all the pom-pom surveys that we did, that seemed to be the majority of the people were saying that.
And I think that's what the survey summary says in more detail, with that whole kind of document focused on the survey. I think this snippet, what I'm reading here is that maybe it needs to say, in general, there is support for investment in the community, even if it increases taxes. However, something like it wasn't universal, where respondents, differed or had mixed opinions, it was based on perhaps on how long they had lived in town. I think that was one of the variables that you could point to and say, it would impact how willing they were, or willing to say they were supportive of investing in the town. But I think your bigger point about going back to that document and saying, there's a couple pretty clear points that say, there's generally good support across the board, but it's not universal. And I think that was maybe the word you used. I'll write that down, because there's not universal, it's strong but not universal support, and one of the variables is how long people lived in town, the tenure, how long have they lived in town.
How are we with that?
Is that?
That's pretty good.
All right. I'd ask if there's other committee comments or edits on the draft one of the plan.
Thanks for putting this together.
Oh, sure.
I do have something.
Yes.
In here, you mentioned farms being the backbone of the economy. I don't know how many farms there are in Raymond. Mentioned. I gotta find the page it was on. Under economy, page 6. It's the last paragraph, the last sentence in the last paragraph, just above transportation. Natural-based businesses and somebody has farms that form the backbone.
Oh.
Unfortunately, there's not much of a backbone of farms in Raymond.
Farmland.
There is farmland, and I think this kind of connects to that a little bit on page 23, where we talk about the rural areas. It says Raymond should also continue to support farm and forest landowners and expand support for agricultural related businesses and agritourism, like on-farm restaurants. I might throw in there as well, like event venues or something along those lines. Barn weddings and things are all the rage these days too. So, having people that can maintain some of those, structures and support it in a way that they can run a business off of it, even if it's not related to farming necessarily.
Maybe just changing that to farmlands, former farm properties or something. Because you're right, Greg. I mean, Chipman's not based in Raymond, and Hancock's over in Casco, and
I don't know, Larry Murch has a few cows.
he's got some cows.
You're always up the fair.
He certainly is, yeah.
Doug Vance's cows are pet.
And he's got goats.
And he's got goats.
So as far as Greg's edit, how do we want to do that? Do we want to say, modify the fact that it's the backbone or one of the backbones of the economy?
Natural resource based.
The way I'm reading it is the recreation, outdoor, natural resource-based businesses are the backbone of Raymond's rural economy. Like it says, including summer camps, farms, timber operations as examples of rural businesses. I think if you think it's more accurate to say farmlands or, as John said, former farms, I think we can clarify that. I think the larger point is okay, and this is more of a clarification.
I wonder if you put that phrase in parentheses after businesses without a comma. If that would, because that makes it look like it's defining the businesses, possibly, grammatically.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Parentheses.
Mm-hmm.
How does the committee feel? You would let it stand, try and modify farm somehow, or eliminate it? What do you think?
I like the addition of farmland.
Farmlands?
I mean, it's not really a business, but it's a land use that is a significant contribution to the rural nature
We
of
would
Raymond.
support that.
Yeah, because, I mean, we have to remember the beginning of the sentences, we also must support the following things.
You okay with that, Greg? Farmland?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Just one.
So be it. Any other?
I thought
Okay.
I thought it was a great document. You guys did a fantastic job pulling it together, and it was a.
I think there's so few
Good
edits
easy read.
because
There's so few-
it's good. Yes, I
Yep.
agree.
Okay,
Good
so,
draft.
so there is a second component to this, which is basically the goals and the like. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm going to ask that through unanimous consent and without objection, we hold that off to the next meeting. Okay, and what I would encourage everyone to do is, as I've been doing, those documents are still available. They're open for edits. So I'd ask you to go in and look under that and make as many edits as possible. And I believe North Star can then get started on that even before we have our next meeting. Because I believe the next meeting, if I understood it correctly, is really to Sam, it's to look at the second version of the plan? Is that?
Yeah, yes, so the goal is to have a second draft ready by next month.
Okay. All right, so that's what we'll be doing next month. I'd encourage everybody to get in there and make as many edits as possible prior to the next meeting. I know we all have busy lives, believe me, but it's not always easy to get the time to go through a document, especially detailed documents like this. But I think we've got a good start on it, and I appreciate North Star's effort as well. And if I didn't say it, I'll say it now. I think there's special recognition to Kayla Gonzalez as far as these pom-pom surveys are concerned. She has artistic talents. She's got organizational skills, and I'm a member of the fan club. So I just want to tell you, I think that needs special recognition. Done a great job. So. I do note that the couple that had a question that wanted to say something is left, but I'll open it up to any public comment now. If anybody wants to make a comment, an observation, anything like that, they're free to do so now. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and I'd ask for Comprehensive Plan Committee comments.
I have one.
Kayla.
I would like to thank all of the members of our Comprehensive Plan Committee, because looking at this timeline of all the things we've done and it being pages, we're at it 2 years now. So congratulations for sticking with it for 2 years. And I think that the end is in sight.
Well, yes, I would agree with that. I guess my only committee comment would be this one. As I was reminded by the videographer tonight, and I had a conversation with the town manager as well, I would just like to remind everyone at committee meetings that public comment selectman comment is basically designed to bring up future agenda items. And because obviously we have the ability, and the public has the ability to comment on any agenda item. They have the right to do that. But so public comment in with public comment and with even with committee comment, there's no back and forth. Okay, so there are no, well, this is what I think about your comment. No, that doesn't work that way. It's strictly to bring up future agenda items or to make an observation or your comment yourself. Most of the time when I'm making a public comment, I really don't need any response. I've already made up my mind. I'm just telling you what I think. I just wanted to remind everybody on the committee that. I would also remind you that we did have a very good training in executive session on parliamentary procedure, basically the can-nots and cans of a public meeting, and I found it informative. I also found myself sitting there listening to the town attorney, and with the years that I've been active in committee, saying, oops, I did that wrong. So it's always a good refresher for anybody who has the opportunity of doing that. And the right to know laws, the public notice laws and the like are all helpful. Lastly, I would say, Sue, can you just remind the committee of the combined meeting we're going to have in this month with the select board?
That is on August 28th. It's going to be at 6:30 in the Jordan Small Middle School gym. And it'll be a workshop. Since the Comprehensive Plan Committee asked the Select Board to pull this together, it's the Select Board's meeting, but the whole agenda is to have a workshop to talk about the Comprehensive Plan.
And who's invited?
All committee members and all members. The public are welcome to attend, but since it's a workshop, the public's comments won't probably be entertained. But that's, and even with your comments before, the chair does have some leeway to explain things to public comments and whatnot. It just shouldn't be a back and forth.
Right, so in a workshop, my understanding is generally what happens is there are no comments during the workshop and the discussion from the public.
That's correct.
However, the chair overseeing the meeting can allow comments after the general business is done.
Yes.
And it's just that, as you say, it's no back and forth. But the public can make comments.
Unless it's a clarification kind of something or something, yes.
The other boards that'll be there, planning board?
Yes.
And zoning?
Yes.
Budget finance.
Budget finance.
Yeah, this is a big one.
The comprehensive plan's been invited to.
Yes.
Yes.
And,
The beautification committee, or at least a member of it.
Yep, all committees,
The
code enforcement.
recycling committee, they aren't active right now, but they are still a committee.
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement.
Another important.
Yeah, others, the department heads will be invited.
So I encourage you, even if you didn't get a chance to vote on the date you want, because the date was selected, there was a great Google poll that went out there that led us, and I believe we got 22 participants to agree on the same date.
Yes.
So of the 28 that responded to the poll, 22 agreed on the date. So we're going to have that happen. I guess my question was North Star invited to this?
We've got it on our calendar just in case.
I think I sent the invite to you just in case you wanted to come.
Yes. So I think that's a great idea. I know that the boards and committees have had a chance to weigh in early on in the process at the visioning stage and kind of weighing in on some early priorities. But it seems like this is like a really good chance now that we've got a rough draft, first draft, to kind of share where the direction of this work is going. So we are happy to be there and support that however we can. But I also think it's a good opportunity for this group to take that ownership and show that this isn't. We've helped, but this is not North Star's plan for Raymond. We've helped this committee draft a plan for Raymond. So to the extent, I don't know if it's going to be a little bit of a presentation on some of the highlights and the recommendations and kind of walking through the vision and priorities. We'd be happy to support that work or draft up a PowerPoint. And I know Kate and Sam have worked primarily through the chairs to do that kind of stuff. So whatever we can do, it may be worth a little more coordination between now and then, but it's on our calendars and we're happy to help.
Great. So hearing that, Kayla and I can work with you offline off this meeting and see about doing that. That would, I believe, be extremely helpful. Yeah. I think along with that, I had talked with Sue about I don't have a problem putting together some printed material, not necessarily from the draft plan, because I've been warned about releasing draft information. It's generally not a good idea. However, there is a wealth of information on the website. Survey analysis, survey data, and the like, which, you know, has been accessible to the public and to the leadership of the town and the committees forever. But quite honestly, as I said before, everybody lives busy lives, so everybody doesn't have a chance to leaf through a 20 or a 30-page document. So I told Sue I would pull some of those documents off the website, and she's agreed to get them printed and available for the meeting as well.
Yeah, since we'll be at the gym for size, because I sent the the invitation out to roughly 50 people, and that would be just a smidge cozy in here.
Yeah, agree.
But we don't have necessarily all the comforts of home at the gym for PowerPoint. I'll have to talk with Kevin about that.
Sure.
So it may be printed materials as opposed to PowerPoint. And I agree that.
You mean like this?
Yeah, something
Well,
like that.
we could
Well,
have-
we could mimeograph it all.
Well, we could just have a PowerPoint presentation that's printed out.
Yes, oh, yes. Yeah, we could still use PowerPoint as the basis. It just couldn't be projected, I don't think. I'll have to talk with Kevin. But I completely agree that the draft document isn't ready for prime time, and I don't think you want to release it until you're ready for it. The committee deserves and ought to have first crack at it. But some kind of synopsis, as we talked about, some of the data, some of the pieces, so that you have enough for people to at least be thinking about it before they get in there, hopefully, so that you're not starting just from what is a comp plan.
Sure. And I would agree as well as far as the withholding draft information and stuff like that. What we want to do is we want to build this document as close to perfect as possible, because people will find problems with it and errors in it, and what we need is the community to buy into this and accept it. And just like North Star is saying that it's not their plan, they've helped. What has to be clear, and I think it's gone on since the beginning of this committee, it's not the committee's plan either, right? All we've done is been a vessel to collect information and work with a consultant in putting into some sort of a format that is acceptable to the state, and that a reasonable person in the town would read and say, yeah, that reflects basically what I'm thinking for the next 10 to 20 years. So. But it's not our plan. Okay, if there's no more comments?
Just a quick question on the 28th. So it's structured as a workshop. We're going to show up. Are the chairs running it?
The select board's
Select board's running it. Okay. Okay, great.
But, well, the select board will open the meeting, we'll open the workshop, and we'll probably say, it's yours, is the way I expect it to go.
Okay. So if they just turn it over to us, then do we have a plan as to what we start saying next?
Well, along with the discussion I had with Sue, along with getting printed material and stuff like that available, if we can't have a PowerPoint, then what I suggested to Sue is that Kayla and I get together, and what we do is put together an outline. Once we have an outline, we would certainly disseminate it to the committee as well, so you kind of have an idea of what documents we're going to provide and where we're going as far as the discussion. And like I say, I don't believe this group is actually going to need to start off with what is a comprehensive plan.
Right.
I'm hoping.
Yeah, I hope not.
Yeah, but so certainly, my goal is to get into making all of the committees, the department heads, and any public interested in the fact that we're really coming down to the wire. We've got a draft plan. This is, as an example, some of the data on the website that reflects the polling and the surveying that we've done based on what are the major issues or interests of the community and what the consensus was there. Provide some maps once again to maybe. I'm looking forward to trying to dispel some of this idea about. I think Jackie brought it up a while ago that a growth area doesn't necessarily mean an industrial park and 12-foot high condominiums. That a growth area means investment, and where we should be directing our interest as far in our dollars. But that's that perception. I've met a lot of people out there that really that's their sense. That's what a growth area is. Don't put that growth area on my property. I don't want that. So. It'd be that sort of thing.
If there's a role for any of us to play, just let us know in advance.
Absolutely. Well, what I'll do is try and get together with Kayla in the coming week, put together an outline, and also a list of documents we'd like pulled off the website, and I will send all that out to the committee as soon as we have that finalized. So you can even refresh your own memories by going to the website and reading some of the stuff.
Great.
It's great reading, All right, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor? We're done. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Select Board Workshop. Tonight we have all kinds of committees members here tonight and employees, and what we're going to go through is the comprehensive plan outline. The first thing on the agenda is introduction, comprehensive plan committee activity summary.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. My name is Kayla Gonzalez, and I'm a co-chair of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. On behalf of our committee, I would like to thank the Select Board and town employees for taking time and agreeing to organize this workshop, as well as members of our other town committees and the public for attending. As you know, we have been working over the course of the last 2 years on this effort of updating the comprehensive plan from its previous 2004 version. The plan serves as a long-range guiding document that the Select Board and other town boards and committees, such as the Planning Board and Budget Finance Committee, and also town employees will use in future decision-making. Since the document compiles and utilizes current data on where we stand as a community and also collects and organizes feedback from the community on where they would like to see investments made and where we see ourselves in the future. Since you will be the ones to put this plan into action, we want to make sure that you are familiar with the draft as it stands now and provide an opportunity to receive feedback on the plan elements as they stand. Tonight, we will provide you with an overview on what we have been doing over these past 2 years since our first meeting in August of 2022 after being appointed by the Select Board in their June 2022 meeting. Peter, do you have anything you'd like to add for an introduction?
Thanks, Kayla. Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, and I'm co-chair along with Kayla on the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee. I just add that the presentation is scheduled for 2 hours. Kayla and I are going to alternate on the 7 presentations that are in your outline. We're going to keep it to at least 10 minutes or less per presentation, which should leave us approximately an hour at the end for questions and comments from the individuals from town leadership and department heads and committee members and board members. We're hopefully going to get a lot of feedback there. What I'd ask the chair, since this is a workshop, that she allow there to be public comment at the very end of this workshop. because that would also be important information to have. And so I guess I would just ask very quickly of the members up here or in the public, if I could just, to help Kayla and I as far as looking at how much detail we should get into, can I just have a show of hands of how many here tonight are familiar with the Comprehensive Plan website? Good, thank you. All right, so that gives us some idea of the audience. And like I said, we can tailor our detail to that. So I'd turn it over to Kayla for the first presentation.
The first thing in your packet here is just our activity over the past 2 years. So fortunately, we have not been poring over state checklists for 2 hours each month. As you can see in the provided timeline, we've had varied meetings, presentations, and even field trips. There have been 2 guided bus tours, first in October of 2022, and a second tour in April of 23. With the onset of fairer weather, a boat tour of the Raymond Cape. In between that, we welcomed North Star Planning to help us compile the plan and make sure that we meet all of the state requirements. Taking advantage of elections, we organized successful pom-pom surveys. With the help of North Star, there was also a community survey. We had the pleasure of several guest speakers, including Matt Marcotte with Loon Eco Trust, a state comprehensive plan reviewer, the Wyndham Economic Development Director, Tom Bartel, Sebago Lakes Chamber of Commerce, and lastly, a presentation on technology and fiber optic broadband. To help collect feedback from the community and also required by the state, we held 2 public workshops, the first in January of this year and the second in March. We also conducted department head interviews and spoke with town committees and organizations to best understand the inner workings of the town and get a better understanding of any challenges. We have also drafted inventory chapters, a vision statement, goals, policies, and strategies, which we will highlight tonight. Anything else to add, Peter?
Okay. And after each one of these presentations, certainly what we would be looking for would be feedback from Comprehensive Plan members if you have anything to add or anything that we have not covered in the brief summary. We would ask we'd ask everyone up here at the table to hold your questions and comments to the end of the presentations. That way we'll be sure to be in a timely fashion and get all of the presentations done. Thank you. So I'm going to go over the different engagements that we've had with the community over the last 24 months. And I'm just going to summarize these. If you look in your handout there, there's a summary of the summer survey, and that was conducted from June 8th to September 20th, 2023. It was an online survey. Basically, the demographics of the survey respondents were collected, and this was a formal survey that was put together by the committee and our consultants, North Star Planning. It was there were demographics, and the demographics of the survey respondents were that a majority of the respondents were 35 or older, and they were year-round residents. And approximately 40% had children, school-age children in the community, and most were college-educated with a household income in excess of $100,000 a year. The top responses, and these are what I will encourage you to do, is if you haven't had an opportunity to look at any of these reports or surveys, they are all online, and they have nice color graphics, pie charts, and well-organized. And so if you want to see your tax dollar and actually working, just go to the website. It's very professional and well done. So the top responses that I selected were, what are the best things about Raymond? And the top 3 responses were a small town, rural community, rural beauty. What I'll tell you is that if you went back and looked, and it's posted on the website, the 2004 comprehensive plan, These are identical. They have not changed in 20-some-odd years since the 2004. They are still the major issues that the town is engaged with. What's your favorite outdoor space? Lakes, and it was followed by, and I love this one, my backyard. So that's what the residents feel are their favorite places in the town. What's the biggest threat to Raymond's quality of life? Too much development followed by traffic or unsafe roads. You're going to see as we go through these surveys and communications with the town, those are going to be current themes that inform the committee, which is also incorporated into our vision statement that we'll be covering shortly. What is the one thing, what one thing would make Raymond a better place? And the number one response was community center, followed by more local businesses, improved traffic control. And if you just go to the next page, I just photoed a couple of, from the report, a couple of the graphics. And so one of the things I'd say under number 4, which is what is one thing that would make Raymond a better place, it's not lost on the committee that the last line of that was the closure of the middle school in the RSU 14 district continues to be a concern, and improving education was among the top issues. So that was clear, at least in the individuals that responded to this survey. I say that only because it's something that might not have been well emphasized in the original draft of the plan, that certainly we were involved and are involved in asking the community about their satisfaction with the educational system as it stands today. I would tell you that being said, we are kind of at a loss as to how you would go forward with necessarily changing that, other than continuing to survey the community, poll the community as to the aspects of the public education and the RSU. So that was something that I felt needed to be highlighted here. What is Raymond known for? Landlocked salmon, I guess. Okay, we kind of advertised that, so that's what we're known for. And the next graphic was one that when we were reviewing the draft of the plan and we were reviewing this, there was some concerns on the part of the committee with exactly how this was presented. And I would tell you that one of the edits that was presented was particularly mine. And it was because I had gotten feedback from people in the public that had actually responded to the survey. And as we discussed it the beginning of this month, as far as our first review of the draft plan, this is what came up as a discussion with this graphic and these numbers. The actual survey question from which this information was derived was twofold. Keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. And the second option, or the option of that, was invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure, even if taxes go up. And in review of this question, the survey question, and the feedback that I was getting from the public, some of the public, was the fact that actually there needed to be 4 questions here. So it should have been, the first one should have been keep taxes as low as possible, period. Keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. That'd be the second question. The third question would be invest more in services, period. Or invest more in services, even if taxes go up. So we really didn't capture all of those opinions in those questions. And I'm sure everyone in this room is aware of the fact that as far as surveys are concerned, it is challenging to get the wording correct. It can be challenging to get the wording on a warrant correct. So certainly that has to be taken into consideration. What the committee agreed on was this, along with discussing it with the consultants, that in the first review of the plan, is that maybe this graphic may be a little misleading because of the lack of all the questions being asked. But that in general, in all of our surveys, and in all of our questions with the citizens of this town, in general, there seemed to be a sense that we are willing to pay more in taxes if, in fact, we get the necessary services and that we allow the town to grow along those lines. So that was the general sense that we got. What I would tell you is that it was by no means without objection from the public. So there were some in the public that clearly were saying, yes, what we want is lower taxes. And so I guess it begs the question as, yes, I don't think that there's anyone that would be opposed to saying our goal should be to have lower taxes. I believe what the committee's sense was is that, as an example, in the 2024-25 FY budget, the number one goal was maintaining or lowering the tax rate. And that has been the goal as long as I can remember, and I've been in the community for 40 years. So that's always been a goal. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't think the committee disagrees with that. I think that what we are hearing and what the data that we collected on this graphic in this survey was correct is that the people that responded demographically to this, that 58% of the residents without children were in favor of investing in the town, and that 72% of the residents that had school-aged children were interested in an investment in the town. So that's our take on that. As far as any of the other sessions that we had, as far as the survey is concerned, or surveys are concerned, if you look at I believe it's the next page, is the community listening sessions, and I can just tell you what we conducted in general for community listening sessions. We listened to local businesses and summer camp owners. And what I highlighted from that is that one of those camps noted that taxes and land value for the waterfront camp property are quite high. And both of the camps that were interviewed said that they are family businesses and may not continue to be profitable for future generations. I don't think that that was revealing anything that most of us haven't already thought, especially if we're associated with lakes. And that's that the basic economics say that when the value of the property rises well above the value of the business, that there's going to be increased pressures to sell that property, and that they are lakefront properties. So I guess we could extrapolate from that there'll be more lakefront development unless there are more protections, or ways, as the committee was talking about, to incentivize the camp owners to continue the business and not sell it for its development value. Some of the things we talked about were tax incentives, other programs that the town could possibly develop to support the owners of those camps such that they would be able to sustain the business and not turn them into developments. We also listened to road associations. Their comment was maintenance and plowing costs continue to rise and can be an issue. Beyond their local road issues, concerns of these community members include increased traffic and crowding for the seasonal population, development along the waterfront, and the need to balance support for young and old residents and seasonal and year-round residents together. So once again, another common theme that we found in all of our surveys, in all of our polls, and in all of our interviews was the fact that as far as the roads are concerned, whether they be local roads or association roads, need to be maintained, and is there some way that the municipality can help out in any way? We interviewed lake associations. Their comments were, concerns include maintaining high water quality, beauty, and a small-town atmosphere as Raymond continues to grow, including through better zoning ordinances and enforcement of shoreland regulations. I think this town has just recently gone through a rather protracted period where we were successful in enforcing our shoreland ordinances. The sense that I get from the community is that they want that to continue. And what that is going to mean going forward is that there's going to have to be, I would believe, increased support for our code enforcement to be able to handle these issues as development continues along the shorefront. As far as the rest of the community listening sessions, it was community organizations, and they see opportunities for Raymond to continue working on regional partnerships for broadband, economic development, and community programs. School issue, I mentioned this before as far as the school issue is concerned. And I'd add the last one we had as far as a listening session was at Jordan Bay Place. I'd ask Frank McDermott from the Comprehensive Plan Committee to just discuss this briefly because in fact, he's the comprehensive plan member that actually conducted the interview with the residents. Frank?
Thank you, Peter. I met with the people down at the place. I think their biggest concern was isolation. They felt isolated in the community. As an example, at one time there was a walking trail between the building and 302, went out through the market. And over time, it was not kept up and they were not able to get out there. So they felt very isolated. There was no way they could get on 302 to walk anywhere. It would be like living inside a roundabout without a bridge to the other side of the road. And that was very frustrating for them. Another example is that at the library there are card games on Tuesday, but most of them felt they had no way of getting there. So they felt transportation for the elderly was something that they really needed to have considered. It was a good meeting. They were very sincere in what they wanted, and they weren't looking for handouts. They were just looking for chances to socialize. One of the biggest problems that seniors have is lack of socialization. If you live by yourself and you aren't getting out on a regular basis, that is a real issue for people. It really brings on all kinds of problems like depression and other ailments that the elderly have, and it just rises higher and higher with them. And so those are some of the things we were looking to get into the plan. I also conducted some interviews while we were doing the pom-pom survey. Had a chance to talk to some of the older people who were coming through to vote, and as you're probably aware, it's probably a majority of the people that come through to vote. And they had the same issues. They felt the isolation problem was one of the worst problems they had, the lack of sociability, the lack of getting together with people of all ages just to have a conversation. And I think we need to keep that in mind, and I think the comprehensive plan has done some good work in that area, and we'll be recommending some things.
Thanks, Ray. I guess as far as the overall interviews and the listening sessions are concerned, there were many other opportunities to listen to the community, but these are just some of the highlights. And I'd turn it over to Kayla to go over the vision statement.
Do you want me to also discuss the pom-pom surveys in more detail?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, cover those.
Thank you. So in effort to engage the community, we conducted some unofficial polls or surveys. This was done independently of North Star Planning and not required by the state. We did this once on Election Day, November 2022, and again on Election Day of June 2024. As voters exited the polls, they were asked if they would like to participate in a quick poll by taking 3 pom-pom votes and place each in one of the jars. This was not a scientific exercise by any means. It was just meant to take the temperature of our citizens. In the November 22 Pom-Pom survey, we asked, what is the most important issue for you involving the future of Raymond? We got a total of what we estimate to be 981 participants based on a total pom-pom count of 2,943 votes. I did have my children count those. I did not do them on my own. Natural resources was the most important issue, I think, as we all can imagine. That got 755 votes, followed by economy, municipal services, infrastructure, land use, and housing. In June 24, we asked the question, what would you like to see the Jordan Small Middle School be used as when the facility is returned to the town? In that survey, we had what we estimate to be 339 participants, and that was a total pom-pom count of 1,000. The largest response was the Community Senior Center, followed by a library, daycare, recreations, and town offices. We also had a few other votes. The others were not pom-poms, but actual Post-it notes. And some of the other things that were responded to for the other was sell it, swimming pool, or remain as school or senior housing. The next page that you have in your packet is the vision statement. In October of 23, a small work group was formed by our two Johns, John Clark and John Rand, and Donnell, who began crafting the first draft of the plan's vision statement. The work group began by reviewing the vision statement from the 2004 plan and worked from there. The first iteration was presented to the public for input at the January 20th workshop held at the Jordan Small Middle School cafeteria, and then again at the second public workshop in March that was held at the Public Safety Building. So you have the revised vision statement in front of you right now that was adopted by the committee in May of this year. The two major changes to the original draft was to either name all of the water bodies or just say all water bodies. That's in the first paragraph. We also made a second change with the inclusion of when appropriate in regards to integrating climate resilient efforts, and that can be found in the second paragraph. Overall, this statement focuses on a major driving force behind our collective deep love for Raymond, with the idea of protecting the natural environment and the pride that we take in our forested land and abundant water resources. This statement also addresses some of the changes that we are seeing as a community, such as a continued increased traffic and congestion on our roads, as well as the desire for a strong, healthy community. There is an included statement regarding the need to continue supporting local businesses, improving our village areas, and making Raymond a better place to live for all ages.
And any other input from the comprehensive plan members? On that? No? Okay. What I'd just say is that I just add to what Kayla said about the vision statement. We spent quite a time on this, primarily because it is really the summation of all of the listening, polling, and surveying we did to try and crystallize it into a few paragraphs. What the citizens of the town of Raymond feel is important and where they feel we should be investing and directing our efforts in the future. I'll tell you some of the public feedback from the two workshops that we had were things like acknowledging, and this was to include in the mission, were things like acknowledging road safety issues. I believe we did get that in there. Expanding the town's identity to be more than just lakes and natural resources. I think we kind of got that in there, but you know, I think some individuals in the public, the pushback was the fact that we're more than just landlocked salmon, we're more than just lakes, and we're more than just forests and mountains. We're all those things, and we cherish them, and we want the town to go forward with every effort to protect those. But just to have an identity more than just our natural environment or quality of place, as I've heard it described. There was several that felt we should get promoting regional partnerships in there. I don't know that we actually accomplished that completely, but we do state in the mission statement about collaboration, cooperation. Could it have been a little stronger? Possibly. And then lastly, and I think this went to the first line of the last paragraph, which was, everyone who lives here, works here, grew up here, or wants to come here should have a reasonable opportunity to make Raymond their home. And the response we got from some individuals was, don't encourage people to move here. So just to be aware, and that has to be acknowledged. There are individuals in the community that like it just the way it is, and that's it. But we felt as a committee that what we needed to do was acknowledge that we are welcoming, and we're welcoming of all, as long as they subscribe to the elements in this vision statement. So that's how we did it. So that's the vision statement. What I'm going to talk a little bit about is the summary of the what we've learned workshop on 2024, and also the summary of the future land use workshop, which was held in April of 2024. Both of these workshops were really the major workshops that were organized through North Star Planning, that were meant to try and get more public feedback in order to inform the committee on where Raymond should be going over the next 20 years. What I'll tell you is that I avoid as much as possible the term consensus. It actually can be a contested type of a question. Exactly what do you mean by consensus? If you look it up in the dictionary, what it says is that all parties work through to an agreement. That's really not possible in polling a community about what the direction of the town should be. So we use terms more like majority, or general, or even put adjectives on it, slight majority, large majority, because there was no situation, other than I believe the fact that we didn't hear anyone that said that we should be less attentive to our natural environment. I don't think we heard that anywhere. So the summary of the February 2024, there were 64 participants and 57 online residents that responded. I guess at this point I'd just say that the caveat is that all of this information, as far as polling and listening sessions and the like, as you all know, because you're here, it comes from an interest in the town. It would be naive to think that we were going to fill this gym tonight with people that were interested in the town. What we do acknowledge is that we all have busy lives, and I emphasize the all. We all have busy lives. But basically, the votes, the polls, the discussions that are incorporated into this plan obviously only reflect those individuals that chose to be involved. So, you know, as far as consensus is concerned, I don't know that that's the correct term. Anyway, included were 2 map activities, 1 or 3 open-ended questions, and 2 multiple choice questions. And we also posted the draft of the vision statement in order to get public comments and suggestions. The map activities, number 1 was places in Raymond to protect. And what we did is just put it together in the summary as far as percent of votes that were cast. So as far as places in Raymond to protect, number 1 was all lakes and shorelines, 57%. Established conservation areas got 28% of the vote. Undeveloped land got 13% of the vote, and 2% was other. Places in Raymond for growth, the top 4 locations were Main Street in the Village with 43%, Route 302 with 13%, Raymond Cape Road with Mill Street with 12% and Webb's Mills with 10%. So those are the places that basically the people who weighed in on that workshop said we should be seeing growth. A word about growth. And we've spent a lot of time talking about that on the committee. As far as growth is concerned, it's a situation where when the state talks about growth or identifying growth areas, which is in statute, the town, if they have a comprehensive plan, has to identify growth areas by statute. What the state also says is that if towns don't have a comprehensive plan, or in that plan they do not establish growth areas, that the state of Maine is perfectly happy to do it for us. So understand that that's statute, and there's no way to avoid it as far as saying we're designating this area to be a growth area. What I will tell you is that as far as the state is concerned, I mean, there can be arguments back and forth about home rule and all that sort of stuff. But recently, and we spent some time on the committee talking about this, was the legislation that went into effect July 1st of this year, which the state basically says any approved house lot that has a structure on it can also build an accessory dwelling unit. For the longest time personally, I had issues with the amount of affordable housing that we have in town, what we've put in place as far as requirements for new construction and how much in a development needs to be dedicated to affordable. We on the committee that are not realtors, and I will tell you this, there's 3 realtors on the committee, so we had a vast pool of information there. I got schooled myself on what affordable means. And the best description I got was there's big A affordable and there's little A affordable. And big A affordable is basically a federal state system whereby if you meet a certain income level, then you are eligible for low interest loans or mortgages, voucher systems and the like. And so when people hear affordable, you got to distinguish that. That is big A. Little a, and I've heard this stated on a number of occasions at the planning board meetings that I listen to, that affordable housing in 2024 is an oxymoron. So that's small a. And what that basically tells me is that no one can afford housing, or very few people can afford a housing today at the market values. I believe when we go through our exercise over the next year or two in looking at values of the town, a lot of people are going to have their eyes open quite a bit. That's personal, that's my own thoughts. What I'll tell you is that if we look at the next page, which is the Raymond Comprehensive Plan fact sheet, this was put together by North Star, and it was presented at the February 24 workshop on what we've learned. I just made a couple of interesting notes as far as this handout is concerned. I found it very informative. We handed it out to citizens, and it's information that we've gotten. And so it gave us population, median age, median income. What I would tell you is that in 2022, the area median household income to afford a house in Cumberland County is $106,225. So that's the area median household income, and the median income in Raymond is $80,982. So to say that most of us could afford to buy a house comparable to the one we're in right now, the chances are slim that we can do that. That's just the reality of the market. But that's small A affordability, and it shouldn't be confused with the large A affordability. I also highlighted that we have one senior housing complex in town, and that senior housing complex was actually one of our, I guess, bright notes in the 2004 comprehensive plan, because they had just constructed that. So we at least had something to say like, well, we just constructed 20 units of senior housing in Raymond. I don't know that there's been a unit since constructed in Raymond. Just an observation. As far as the seasonal population, that last line, we had some discussion, and the realtors were very good about opening our eyes to that as well. North Star estimated that 6% of Raymond homes are used for short-term rentals. There is no mechanism, because there is no mechanism to count short-term rentals in the town of Raymond. So it's an estimate. And the estimates came, I believe they said, based on looking at websites and advertising, houses. And they came to that conclusion, that 6%. And all I'm saying here is, we don't know. And until we have a mechanism to track it, we won't know. So I think that's all I had for the handout for the February. The summary for the land use workshop in April, and this was also a crucial one, of which the picture is in the front of the handouts you have, was well attended, and it had to do with future land use. And it's one of the hallmarks or the keystones of a comprehensive plan, because obviously the town wants to be able to say where they believe the use of the land is going to be in 10 or 20 years. Approximately 80 participants viewed 3 proposed future land use scenarios. Participants provided input on future preservation, growth, and investment. Here's a caveat. Anyone that attended that, a week prior to the workshop on future land use, a public meeting regarding a proposed zoning change in the Route 302 area was held. And many of the citizens who attended the workshop on future land use were residents of the 302 area and had concerns about development. I insert that only because it had to be that some of the data was skewed a little bit towards one particular group. That happens. There's nothing wrong with that happening. And individual neighborhood groups, groups that are in a particular zone or a village or whatever, have every right and should organize to advocate for their position. All I'm doing is pointing it out. By state statute, the future land use map has to show 3 basic areas: growth areas, rural areas, and transitional areas. And so when the state, I said previously, the state actually will designate for the town, if the town doesn't do it, what their growth areas are. It's based on roadways, accessibility, sewer, and water. So that's what the state uses to basically determine for a town, if the town doesn't do it itself, where the growth areas should be. So what I'll tell you is that by definition, the 302 corridor is a growth area. It has been a growth area since well before the 2004 comprehensive plan. And in fact, that plan directed growth to the 302 corridor. That's what it did. Now, what I've learned is that, unfortunately, when most people hear growth, it's kind of like affordable. It's, I don't want more super development along my community. I don't want it. I can appreciate that. I believe the committee appreciates that. But that's really not what the definition of a growth area is. It has more to do with investment. So what's going to be invested in road safety in a growth area? Are we going to have more traffic lights? Are we going to have some sort of increased police protection or surveillance? Are we going to collect more data on what's happening in the roadway in order to lobby MDOT? That all requires investment, time, money, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a 3-story high-rise. And yet, unfortunately, what we deal with a lot of times with the public is that right away, when they hear growth, what they're thinking about is just that, rather than investment. And quite honestly, the town has already invested significantly into 302. As far as growth areas that were identified, was along with Route 302, is Raymond Village and East Raymond as being designated as growth areas. And the question was asked, what type of development would you like to see in this area? The top three were neighborhood stores and small businesses, single-family homes, and a community center. And I think that probably goes to the status of this building in another few years. So one of the things that was proposed is to expand or create village areas where they traditionally have been village areas and designate them growth areas, meaning we can invest in that. So when we talk about Raymond Village, the general feeling was that, yeah, that needs investment. And in order to get investment, the best thing to do would be to designate it as a growth area. East Raymond, where we sit right now, would be considered as a growth area. That was the proposal, the scenario that was offered in the workshop. There was a traditional village here at one time. And the idea being creating these villages, there was even talk about some residents saying at the intersection of 302 and Raymond Cape Road, that a small village area designated there. The idea being these creating more village schemes, the idea is to take the pressure off of our major thoroughfares and give that by doing that, address some of the traffic issues. And so in theory, I live on Raymond Hill Road. If I can run down to here and get a gallon of gas or a gallon of milk or a loaf of bread, in July, I'm probably going to avoid Route 302. And so the idea is by that type of development, you actually reduce in part or address in part the traffic issues we've been hearing a lot about. What kind of traffic improvements would you like in these growth areas? Sidewalks, bike lanes, paths, trails, maybe a bus or a shuttle. In the rural areas where North Raymond was primarily where it was designated. What type of land uses should the town encourage here? The top three were single-family homes, agriculture and forestry, and duplexes. I'm surprised to that one. And that would be in the rural area in North Raymond. What kind of transportation improvements would you like to see in that area? Improved roads, address speeding, and safer biking and walking. The transition area is a little hard to conceptualize, but it would be Route 121 and the western end of Route 302, which are basically where our industrial zones are. So as a transition area, what type of development would you like to see here? The top three were single-family homes, small businesses, small industries. Understanding that in these transitional zones, what has to be addressed, and I believe is going to be addressed, is the fact that ordinances governing such things as commercial type or industrial type operations that are in residential zones or abut residential zones have to be addressed as far as appropriate buffers, increased surveillance of light and noise and smell, attenuating any smell associated with them, and to keep them just that, small scale. What kind of transportation improvements you'd like to see in the transition areas? Improved roads, sidewalks, shoulders for walking, biking, traffic calming methods to improve safety and reduce speeds. I think we can all agree that there's definitely some theme in all of these responses from the community. So what I did include in this is a map in your handout, and what it shows is future land use, and it shows the Route 302 growth area, which is in red, which is a little hard to see because it's buried in the orange. village growth areas, the rural areas, which I would tell you is no surprise, comprises most all of the land mass in Raymond. And there's also a telecommunications growth area. That's actually our TIF area. That's where we have some electronics, industrial electronics firms. It's kind of where the Portland pipeline runs and that sort of stuff. So that's kind of a transitional area. Understanding, and I believe the committee does in our commitment to saying we're going to do everything we can to encourage the safeguarding of water qualities in town, that you can see it's pretty hard to locate anything in this town that isn't in close proximity to a lake, a pond, or a stream. And it's kind of, that's the nature of who we are. We have to have safeguards in there, but at the same time, I believe the committee is committed to the fact that we can't control growth, we can only manage it. So with that, let me turn it over to Kayla.
Thank you, Peter. Next, I'm just going to go over the plan chapters, which is inventory and analysis of existing conditions. The state requires the comprehensive plan to include chapters regarding the current state of Raymond. These cover history, demographics, natural resources, recreation, and local economy, and current maps. These are not available yet for your viewing, so I will pull out a few of the highlights. They are still in draft form. And I'm going to start with the population and demographics of Raymond. So Raymond experienced a boom in population between 1960 and the year 2000. While still on the rise, growth now is occurring at a much slower pace. Our population growth is much like the smaller towns in our surrounding area, but does not keep pace with the growth seen in Windham. As most of you know already, Raymond is aging as fewer people and families are moving to Raymond, and we are also well aware that during summer months, our population swells. This chapter also covers things like educational attainment, income and property levels, race, and population projection. This data for the chapter was heavily provided by U.S. Census. The historic chapter covers community history, starting with Raymond's first inhabitants and moving to European settlement and its incorporation in 1803 with an early economy based in timber. In the late 19th century, Raymond began developing as a summer tourist destination with ample opportunity for hunting and fishing and the development of summer camps. If you don't already have it or have read The History of Raymond written by Ernest Knight, I recommend you find a copy. This is where most of the information of this chapter was found. The natural resource chapter covers our mountaintops such as Raymond Hill, Ledge, and Tunney Hill, as well as our wetlands and watersheds. We have a diverse plant and wildlife habitat and vernal pools. Our most common invasive species is milfoil, with several of our community lake and pond associations working diligently to control. The transportation chapter talks about our major roads, which are routes 302, 85, and 121, as well as Egypt Road. This chapter also inventories our bridges, major culverts, lists our road design standards, and our commuting patterns. It is no surprise that 83% of our workforce commutes to work in a vehicle alone. Raymond's economy was originally based around natural resources, as I previously mentioned. With the introduction of tourism in the late 20th century, Raymond was able to support small businesses in the village on Main Street, as well as some industrial companies. Raymond's unemployment rate is 2.4% and is slightly lower than Cumberland County's at 3.5%. Note again, this was obtained by U.S. Census data. We have a small local economy based mostly along Route 302. Most of the 1,000 jobs that are available in Raymond are based on manufacturing, with construction, retail, and education coming up second. Raymond workers mostly commute to Windham, South Portland, and Portland, with only 20% of Raymond's employees living in Raymond. Raymond used to be a town rich in farming and agriculture. We still do have some small farms. According to the Maine Office of GIS, we have a total of 2,165 conserved acres in Raymond. This is either conserved land by state or privately by organizations such as Loon Echo Trust. We have 76 acres enrolled in farmland, 9 in open space, and 1,300 in tree growth. Raymond relies on wells for our drinking water, and there is limited public supply. We do have a few transient non-community systems that provide water to campgrounds, and only a couple of non-transient, non-community water supplies for our schools and larger facilities such as Sabre Yachts. We do have an expanding recreation department and several sites of recreation such as Tasseltop Beach, Sherry Gagnon Park, Raymond Beach, and Crescent Beach. And as you know, we've received a lot of feedback from the community that they would like to see expanded options for all ages, especially for our aging population. In the public facilities section, town facilities not covered in recreation are cited. This would include our town office, fire stations, fire department, public works, cemeteries, library, and schools. One of the chapter covers our fiscal capacity. This includes municipal debt, revenue, valuation, and expenses with current capital expenditures. Also reviewed is the current housing stock. We have about 3,000 housing units in total, of which the vast majority are single-family homes with 3 bedrooms. Our housing stock is largely owned, with 9.5 of our units being rentals, so 9.5% of our units are rentals. We also have a large amount of seasonal housing. Our median home price in 2020 stood at $395,000. That was up from 75% in 2010, and as you can see, provided in the fact sheet by Peter, in 2023, that is now up to $418,000. Lastly, there's a chapter covering land use patterns, recent land use ordinance updated in 2022, lot dimensions, and land use regulations. Included in these chapters are several maps, which are can be sites of recreational facilities, ecological features, flood and slope hazards, undeveloped blocks and conserved lands, public facilities, water resources, and an existing zoning map.
Thanks, Kayla. Any comments from committee members?
A lot of words. That was a lot of words.
All right, as far as the summary of goals, policies, and strategies, the disclaimer is that basically that document is still in draft form. Understand that we've been advised not to be releasing specifics from a draft because, as you're aware, a draft is just that. We haven't finished our work as a committee. You're going to have input. All the individuals up here are going to have input. And I guess lastly, I would say that sometime between December and January, the state of Maine is going to have some input as well. So rather than confuse issues by releasing draft information that may change, it's better to stay general. So I'll give you a general review of the summary of goals, policies, and strategies. So the goals. There was four general goals and subcategories. So goal 1 would be to build a resilient Raymond, prepare for impacts of climate change, construct weather-resistant infrastructure, and increase town capacity to serve the community. Pretty broad in general terms, but when we did a previous survey, I think it was a summer survey, and we asked residents if they had been impacted, they felt they had been impacted by the changes in the climate. At least 50% of the respondents said yes. What's that have to do with planning? Obviously, everything from preventing our roads from washing out to preventing wildfires to destroy timberland, being the most forested state in the Union. So it's those type of strategies. It's also basically employing ordinances that, as far as building is concerned, that embrace the idea of building weather-resistant structures, and increasing the town capacity to serve the community. I think that goes without saying that with the right amount of judgment and fiscal responsibility, we're going to need additional individuals to be able to address these resiliency issues down the road. The second goal was to protect Raymond's natural and water resources, a common theme, right? Conserve Raymond's most important natural resources, maintain the high quality of Raymond's lakes, ponds, and waterways, and increase public access to Raymond's water bodies. That came up from the public as something that, in general, the public would like to see. How we go about doing that and exploring that is going to be something that'll require input, as all of this implementation of any of these goals and strategies is going to require input. It's going to require input from the population of Raymond at large, input from the town leadership, input from department heads, and hopefully input from both private and municipal ad hoc committees that are developed to address these challenges. We have some in the town. I believe what the plan is going to say is we need much more. And third goal, invest in safe and accessible transportation for all, make it easier to walk and bike around Raymond, improve road safety, increase off-road trails for recreation and bike pedestrian access, and provide alternatives to driving. And then the last goal was to strengthen Raymond's sense of community. That is something that came through loud and clear in all of our activities with the public. I guess the question wasn't directly asked as to compare your sense of where community was in Raymond 20 years ago compared to where it is today. That would have been an interesting question to ask. What is brought up consistently is that there seems to be a lack of a sense of community, which I believe is why the response has been so strong for community centers, senior centers, recreation, meeting places, developing small village scenarios where people can congregate in a green space or a park or sidewalks to allow them to get there. So this was a current theme that we had across the board right from the beginning, right up to date, as far as establishing a stronger sense of community in the town. As far as the recommended policy and associated strategies, the other areas that we're looking at are natural resources, transportation, housing, economy, community, fiscal responsibility, town capacity, and infrastructure. And as I said, the efforts at developing these policies requires the commitment and input from the community at large, town leadership, municipal committees and boards, as well as ad hoc community and private action groups. One of the primary attempts tonight to get this word out to the community, to those involved in the town.
Sure, so I'm just going to talk a little bit now about next steps and the implementation of the plan. So we are winding down. We will be reviewing the second draft of the plan at our upcoming September meeting. This part of the entire plan covers Raymond today, Raymond tomorrow, and the future land use plan. We will also be reviewing the first draft of the goals, policies, and action matrix. This matrix lists a goal with corresponding policies and action items, just as Peter was just describing. An example to go a little bit further into that would be if we're talking about prioritizing walking and biking around Raymond, the policy could be make it easier to walk. The action item would be build a sidewalk that spans the length of Raymond Cape Road. The responsible party would be the select board, town manager, public works, and the budget finance committee. In October, we will plan for a public comment period regarding the draft plans with a public hearing in November. If all goes smoothly, we'll be submitting the plan to the state for review in December, as Peter mentioned earlier, and we will make any changes based on the state feedback necessary. Finally, the plan will be placed on the town warrant for vote and hopeful adoption in June of 2025. After the plan is approved and adopted, this is the whole reason why we asked everybody here today, our work becomes your work. You now get to take over for us. In 2004, when the comprehensive plan was adopted, a comprehensive plan implementation committee was formed by the select board. They again will have the option to choose to do that. They'll also have to look at this when they're setting goals or directing town employees to pursue initiatives, for an example. The Budget Finance Committee and the Planning Board can also utilize this document when looking at department budgets and ordinances. So we would really like you to be familiar with it, provide your feedback, because ultimately you're the ones that are going to be doing the hard work with it. Any other?
Thank you.
Other that?
So that kind of concludes our presentation, boy, 65 minutes, that's what we planned. So I would then, at this point, open it up to questions from anyone up here, department heads or leadership or committee members as
Peter,
questions.
there's one thing I do want to ask. I'm noticing that we are the only ones that have copies of this. Can we send copies to all board members? Is that okay to do? Because I guess the people that couldn't be here tonight, I would love for them to get this. Or is this on the website?
No, that's my creation. I've got extra copies here, and certainly you're free to make as many copies as you want.
Okay. No, I'd send a text to Sue to say, is there any, to have Mel, can we send it to other board members? I know of other people that could not be here tonight.
Sure. I guess one comment I would make, and this shouldn't be taken the wrong way, but I'd say 80% of the information that's in the handout that you have is on the website.
Okay. It's just, you put it together very well.
Thanks.
Yeah, organized, both of you guys. Thank you. All right. Any questions for these guys?
I have a question. No surprise. Under top response, in one sentence it says too much development. That's a concern, a threat. In the very next line, it says they want to a community center followed by more local businesses. So I'm kind of curious what the difference is with how you interpreted too much development. They talking homes, or, you know, as far as, it's kind of ironic, it follows, one goes to the next.
Yeah, all data collection is kind of ironic in some senses. So we want it all, but we don't want to pay for it all. Or we want to be a welcoming community, but we don't want to build more homes. I think that's sort of the key to all data. And I would say that when we talk about growth, people do not, in general, we get a sense from our community, do not want more homes. They don't want more people. They don't want more cars on the road. But they want us to grow our community. I would say that would be the gist of what we've collected from data.
So we wouldn't have to drive to Wyndham?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the idea that if we had a little bit more to offer in our village areas or along our small stretch of 302, we wouldn't have to drive into Wyndham or go to Gray.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, Dennis, just to build on that a little bit, the bottom line is that we got loud and clear the message from the community, from our efforts, a phrase that seemed to echo again and again, which is, we don't want to become Wyndham. I mean, that came through loud and clear. Interestingly enough, almost as many respondents and people would say, one of the things I like about Raymond is it's a rural community in close access to shopping and to the coast and to the mountains and all that sort of stuff. So once again, it's kind of like the survey question of a community and asking, do you want higher taxes? No, I don't. Okay, ask the next question. Do you want increased and improved services? Yes, we do. And I got to tell you, it's kind of, okay, that's a challenge.
I think no matter where you go, if you ask that question, do you want your town to be further developed? The answer is no to begin with. It's a knee-jerk reaction. What you need to do then is to sit down and discuss what we mean by growth and get them to buy into a growth plan. But I think the reactions of the vast majority of people when you ask them what would you like to have happen in your town is nothing. We don't want to grow. We don't want any more houses. We don't want any more people.
Well, my suggestion would be then, I understand if someone wants another restaurant or another small deli or something, you know, maybe a bowling alley for the kids, but when you get around to finalizing, I think that would be nice to clarify the difference when I was wondering what one group was saying followed by the next. And by the way, I know how much time you put in. I followed a lot of the meetings, and I want to thank all of it. You had a great committee, some really dedicated people involved. So from my perspective, one of the best committees I've seen. So thank you for all your time.
One of the things that is an issue in town is, I guess, that last mile for the elderly. And it's something that they could not get down to the bus when they went to go, but if we were to hire a driver possibly in town to drive around to pick people up to bring them to certain nights, they can call in and say, yes, I want to go to this event, or like at the library or the rec or whatever, that we can get them there. So it may be worth checking into hiring a driver to get people to where they need to be, or a supermarket run, or that type of thing.
I think what I'd say is, and kind of dovetailing off of what Dennis was asking, and what Kayla said, which is kind of what is the perception of growth versus development. I believe what we heard from the community as far as endorsing the small villages in 2 or 3 other locations in town, that obviously there would have to be very clear ordinances, direction from the town as far as what we want. What this is a village. We want the flavor to be that of a New England village. We want it to be something that we're really not talking about development, meaning those areas would have chain stores or big box stores, or I mean, we're close enough to that. We can get to that if we want to. So I think that was the sense as far as the looking at the future land use and developing villages. I guess I'd also say that as far as where the community seems to be wanting us to go in this whole scheme of things, is to say, well, you know, all of these things you propose cost money. And so what was coming through from the consultants and from the interviews was that the town really needs to explore other ways of creating revenue. And I know the town has done that, and recently they've done a lot of it, especially through recreation and the like. But what I'm hearing is more in the way of pursuing grants. And I'll tell you, it's wasn't a unanimous feeling on the committee that that's something we should be doing. And it certainly is not lost on all of us that federal, state grants, well, you know, where does that money come from? Well, it comes from us. That's where the money comes from. But the fact that developing other revenue streams, we had a significant discussion about the pros and cons of, I guess for lack of a better term, user fees. And that was raised to the selectmen, but at that time they chose not to want to look at those things. Our experience has been that user fees, the approach is one where it's you approach it with a scalpel and not a meat cleaver. So you have very specific earmarked funds that are going to be funded by development at a fee, and the argument being that that's going to drive up the cost of affordable housing. Well, yes, it will. Housing is more expensive, and my sense is that housing will come down and won't be as expensive in another few years. But is it ever going to come down to where it was before? No, it's not. You know, we pay $30,000 for a car now. I get a heck of a lot more of a car for $30,000 than I got 20 years ago. But that's one of the reasons why it costs $30,000. But the argument being that it's a situation where user fees are somehow a penalty on the home buyer ultimately needs to be explored, because the attitude is pro and con. I wouldn't say it's really split anywhere, but really right up the middle. I would also say that we've talked about our open space fund, and should we be purchasing more open space land in order to go in line with the community forest and Morgan Meadows and the like. Maybe what would be suggested is that the town looks at several consulting services And I'm not endorsing any one North Star or whatever, but I'd say possibly with the growth and the way we're going, what we need is more professional input as far as planning is concerned. And that, you know, we have great representation at the planning board and in consultation with Sebago Technics. But I believe Sebago Technics would be the first to admit, but we're not really municipal planners. And I'm not saying we have to go out and hire all of these people, but I'm saying that a professional grant writing firm or a professional consultant on municipal planning might be something to explore to address some of these issues. Once again, all of it takes money. And I believe that before you can even start talking about that, you have to be fiscally responsible, and you have to have the committees and boards in town all on the same page and working towards the same goal. Other questions? Yeah.
For the June 2024 election, Frank and I were surveying people with the Pom survey about what this school should go back to or what it should be used for. And we talked about community service, senior center, recreation, library, town office, daycare, and then, of course, other. This building's big enough to do all those things. And that's one of the beautiful things about Raymond is that this town is big enough to do a lot of things. So to kind of box us into just having one option, I think this comprehensive plan has kind of opened our eyes that we can do many different things in this town and still have a rural feel, but still provide the services that our growing town needs. The other thing that we talked about, not so much, well, a little bit in here, but also at our comprehensive plan meetings, is safety. The speeding on these roads is atrocious. Main Street is a drag strip. Egypt Road is terrible. And so is Webb's Mills. And I'm sure we could put whatever road you live on and talk about that. But one of the things we said was maybe we lower the speed limit, but of course that's not, I mean, it's being ignored now. We talked about actually having a police presence that we could possibly hire that will help us with the speeding, number one, and the safety issues. Main Street has a sidewalk, and I still get a little nervous walking down it when somebody's flying down there. For someone to jump that curb and hit me is not out of the question. So we talk about safety, maybe a little bit of income with a police presence, and that will actually help slow the traffic down on these roads.
Right. It's funny, when we were doing that survey, a number of people, a lot of people said to us, well, where's the bucket for all of these?
Yeah, a lot of people didn't know that the school was, the school was even going to be lost.
That was
shock.
interesting.
Yeah.
How many people came through and didn't know they were losing the middle school?
They said, what school? I said, the one you're standing in right now.
Are there any other further questions or comments?
I mean, we're here, so I'll talk about the library. We've been talking a lot about like community development and building a community center. And I would like to say that the library serves a lot of that. And with good funding and good space, we can do even more of that, so thanks.
That was an interesting response we got, because there were a number of people who would say, well, I don't want to lose our quaint library. My answer to them is, you ought to get on there on Tuesday morning when people are playing cards, or call to make a reservation to go to one of the programs and be told, well, we're 20 over already and we aren't taking any more reservations for these things.
Yes, on Tuesday mornings, you'll regularly see people walk in and just walk out because you can't find a spot to stay. So, same with story times.
I'd ask the chair if there's no more questions from the panel up here, if she would entertain letting the public make comment.
Oh, gosh, yeah, this is just an open workshop, so anybody wants to talk, go ahead. Anybody? Go, Jim.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I just had some questions or comments or all of the above. So you were talking about how people didn't even know that the school was doing it, and I would say, I think our communication in Raymond needs to be improved in terms of, like, we used to have the Raymond Roadrunner, and I know people are gonna say, oh, we have the Wyndham Eagle and there's the Raymond Page, but there's barely anything on it. And you were saying that nobody's here. It's August, it's back to school, it's last school vacation. I think there are a lot of people who care about things, but as you said, they're busy and they don't have the time, and they may not be aware of, like, what's happening or the importance of it at the time. And I think part of that, for one thing, we went from caucusing to being primaried, right? And then we also went from town meeting to just showing up and voting in the voting booths. So, like, now that's isolating because we're not talking to each other. So I just want to throw that out about, as we move forward with anything, I think the communication of getting the word out to people, like, this is what's happening in Raymond, this is what's going on, the school is this, and we have options to do that. And because even voting, I mean, you saw me, I was here with my flyers, and people just blow past you. They don't want to stop, they don't want to be involved, they don't want to ask to be signing petitions, they don't want to do that. But they do care about their town, and they do care about what's going on. I'm a scout mom, so I have 3 Eagle Scouts, 2 boys and a girl. When they let the girls in, she became an Eagle Scout. And we stayed involved in Scouts, supporting them. And we're even seeing that, you know, Raymond lost its Cub Scout, you know, troop in this past year. We still have our Boy Scout troop. We lost our girl Boy Scout troop. The 2 girls that were in it went on to be Eagles, and nobody joined after that. And the fact that we have Camp Hines here, you know, and, like, it's the heart of Boy Scouts, that's kind of sad. So I don't know what that's about, and I don't know if that's busy families, there's too many activities to juggle, if communication isn't, recruitment isn't. These are just things that I'm aware of, that I'm just bringing up, these little things in terms of communication. Just because I really care about Raymond too, but again, with those 3 kids, now they're teenagers, I have more free time. I had less free time when they were littles, so I couldn't be as involved. I was involved in the PTA, but maybe not involved in town. And I've said this before at various meetings that y'all have seen me too. Our town does a really great job. I love all of you. I'm grateful to all of you. Even if I disagree with you, you're here, you're doing it, you care about it. We just may disagree on things. So I think that too, that when you have a town that sort of has really committed, passionate people who are there doing it and things are running smoothly, and you're busy, you tend to go on autopilot until something comes up that you really care about, and then you're, like, in it. And like I said, something brought me back into it, and I'm at a place in my life now that I can do it, and now that I'm sort of engaged, it's like, yeah, it's time to get back involved in Raymond. So you will see me at the polls in November, not handing out flowers. I volunteered to man the polls for Mel, so I'll be there to help out. I had a question in terms of, I don't know what user fees are. Are we talking about residents in the town of Raymond, or are we talking about, you know, somehow monetizing our tourism in terms of, you know, right now anybody can put a boat in on Raymond Beach, you know, on 302. There was a time when I thought when you redid the parking lot, you were going to try and charge people, but then there wasn't enough room in the parking lot and people were parking on 302, and then they were just like, well, I'm not paying, so I'll drive to the other end of Sebago and put in there. So I'm not sure what we're talking about in terms of user fees, in terms of who's paying the user fees. Is it the residents of Raymond? Is it the tourist people? Is it the Airbnb people? Is it, you know, who's, if they're coming to utilize our resources and enjoying them on vacation, then that should be sort of an added cost of vacation. And, you know, versus like somebody who goes to do something at town hall has to pay an extra fee for this, or this.
To the chairperson, I know that this isn't a back and forth, this is.
Oh, no, yes.
No, please, Ann.
Yeah,
But
because it's a
just-
workshop.
Just as a point of clarification.
Yeah.
The user fees I was talking about are commonly referred to as impact fees, and they would be paid by the developer. The argument is that down the road, that all the developer's gonna do is pass it down to the consumer.
Sure, I could see that too, yeah. As an accountant, I can see how that goes. I'm a small business consultant myself. And then the other thing is, in terms of, so are we leaning towards the villages models? You gave us 3 models, is that, or are you not wanting to say that? Like, what was the winning model sort of from, because I was at those comprehensive plan meetings and we did the little circles and stickers and there were the 3 different models and I thought we were choosing one. Are you leaning towards one at this point, or is the town or the people leaning towards one?
We took the input from the workshops and we sort of compiled that into one right now, but it is still in draft form. So it's really hard to kind of comment on that.
I do want to point out, though, too, that those 3 different models were meant to be sort of extremes in that one type of a mentality, so that, you know, you can see if it went very much in this direction, this is what it would look like. If we wanted to conserve it all, this is what it would look like. And the idea was that we would probably be, there would be components of each model that would strike a chord with some and would rub people the wrong way with others. So the idea is that we're going to take the input on all of these things and kind of make a hybrid type model that might take components from one, components from another, and really make it our own map, our community map that has the input of all the towns. So it's not just a villages style future land use map. It's, okay, what are the features of the village that we like and we would like to see, and how can we incorporate that into our map? So the other thing of thinking as well that we talked about with the consultant was that some of the growth areas don't, you know, just calling it a growth area doesn't mean the same thing along 302 as it might mean in the village or in East Raymond, that we can really cater and fine-tune what that particular growth area might look like. What are the things that we would want to see in that particular growth area? So whether it's improvements to traffic and street and safety, or is it we want to see more community centers, we want to see more small businesses, more sidewalks. You know, it will differ depending on what part of town you're looking at.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my other question is, so in implementing this plan, I definitely, I am hearing, Peter, that this is state law, and obviously we would rather have control of our own destiny here in Raymond than have the state come in and tell us what to do. So thank you all for, you know, being so thorough and recognizing the character of our community. I guess my question with respect to implementation is that you can designate these things as growth areas, but if this is privately owned land, how are you changing the character? Are we talking eminent domain now to say, like, okay, well, so-and-so owns 20 acres on, you know, Main Street or behind Main Street, there's all this, and we want to do a village format, so we need those 20 acres to build this stuff in there. So I guess that would be my question, is how does this get implemented if it's all privately owned? Or are we looking at things that are, you know, publicly owned by Raymond, or how is that working?
I think this goes back to the definition of growth areas and what we mean by that. So if we're talking about growth in the village area, we might just mean better sidewalks or a sidewalk that continues all the way through. There was recent sidewalk done on Main Street, and I think some of that was not taken by eminent domain, but we bought portions of people's yards to construct that. But that was done obviously with their consent and
Sure.
as a consensus. So I think we're not talking about eminent domain here. We're just talking about growth in a way that makes sense and that is feasible to do. And it would be mostly town property. or
Okay.
donated land, or working with other conservation organizations to obtain land that we can conserve and grow our conserved land. That could also be considered growing.
Sure. So I guess what I was sort of thinking as we were talking in the villages, right? Peter made the example of, like, I live out here and it'd be really great to have a grocery store here instead of going there. I totally agree. I think that too. But how do we get that grocery store here? And we did have a grocery store in Raymond, right? And it went under. So, like, how do we bring these small businesses back to grow our community in a way, as we said, that helps the rural feel of the town, but provides the community and the character that we all moved here for, 26, 30 years ago. I've been here now, I guess. And, preserve it for the aging populations as well as the young families coming in. Like we said, we want it to be all things to all people, which I think in some respects we can if we stay true to who we are, and in other respects we can't. And I guess I would use the example that I got from Jeff and Alyssa Messer when we were doing the whole commercial solar in the rural residential and shoreland zones, and it was like, everybody wants solar, everybody wants da-da-da-da-da, but sometimes you have to look at your community and see what your community is about, right? Like, we wouldn't put the Oxford Speedway here in Raymond because we're not set up to do that, right? Like, we don't have that kind of land because we have all the lakes. So, like, that works for them because they have that kind of space. It doesn't work for us. Similarly, like, we couldn't be the Cumberland County Fair because we don't have that. So we sort of look at who is Raymond, what do we have, what are our resources, and how do we grow within that to maintain the character of Raymond without turning into Wyndham or turning into Gray or New Gloucester or whatever. Because I think a lot of us did come to Raymond I commuted to Portland, which was easy for me. I was a Jersey girl and commuted to New York City, so I was willing to live out here and commute. And I did like the rural feel because I could go to the big box stores in Wyndham, but I don't want them here in Raymond because I can drive 15 minutes to them. And then also the aesthetic, right? Like, we all love Wyndham because it has everything, but it's really ugly. So whereas I see my brother who's in Connecticut, so he's Avon, Connecticut, which is outside of Hartford, Simsbury, and they have these beautiful malls of character. So it would be like our Wyndham, but everything would look the same, like uniform. It'd be really cute, and you might have a grocery store in there along with a Dick's Sporting Goods, but the building is the same, so it looks really cute and quaint and has that feel to it. So I think as we're looking at growing is...
As far as your question about funding, I think it goes back to what the community was informing the committee, which is that basically the town needs to look at other sources of revenue.
Sure.
And we do not pursue enough in the way of state and federal grants. If I'm not mistaken, half of the sidewalk that was installed on Main Street was through state grant monies. So the bottom line is are there opportunities out there other than mill rates that are necessary to finance growth? And as Kayla said, it's with growth, what we hope the community understands is we're talking about improvements and investment, not necessarily big development.
Right, like those apartment buildings in Wyndham right there, and that are like, now there's 3 more next to Domino's, right? And then I guess to speak to that, I will say my husband works in the field of mental health and substance abuse, and the state of Maine has a huge grant from the opioid settlement money. Now it's not specific But if you're talking about doing a community center, I wonder if there's some leeway to get funding for that, because a community center, right, keeps kids off the street, keeps them off drugs, you know, creates community. There might be some creativity there to access some of that money. I won't say that there is, you know.
I would
but-
tell you that the consultants provided 2 pages at the end of the goals and strategies
of options
of
Good.
different agencies, federal and state, that provide grants to communities.
That's great.
I would like to just, I'm sorry, real quickly, just speak to your question regarding how do we go about this and how does this happen? That's done usually through zoning and ordinances. So if you want to create more of an inviting environment for businesses or small businesses, you do that through zoning and through ordinances. If you want your businesses to look a certain way, you create an ordinance that says you can open a business here, but it has to look this way. It has to fit in with our standards.
Okay,
Thank you, Kayla. I was going to address that, but I couldn't get anybody's attention, and I wasn't sure how to address your question.
Sure.
But she's right. The comprehensive plan is a plan that is used as a tool for our planning board, if they're creating ordinances, to as a guide as to what the town is looking to do. To keep the integrity of the town, we will look to the comprehensive plan for addressing ordinances for growth, like in the village residential area. If we want to add a use like a grocery store or something that fits that comprehensive plan by the goals and by the surveys that we've done, that information will be looked at when we go to the planning board. Or if it's a selectman, another ordinance that goes through the select board, same thing. We're supposed to use the comprehensive plan as a guide. So it would be for zoning changes, for ordinance changes, maybe even design guidelines that you were talking about in Connecticut or some towns like Cape Cod. Every house looks the same. I don't think that's what Raymond is looking for, but if we have design guidelines that say we want a colonial look in the village residential district, we build houses with gables and clapboard siding and signs that look appropriate. We have some design guidelines now that are guidelines, but they're not mandated. Some towns have those design guidelines as required when they go to the planning board. So I think, Kayla, you did respond to the question. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah,
that-
and I was talking more commercial zones, so
But
that you don't
even
get the
commercial, industrial,
business,
they're
yeah.
all part of the comprehensive plan, and it's a different type of growth. So if we were looking at the industrial zone and we have a communication place like Dielectric or somebody that makes towers or diodes or whatever, we may decide that's a good appropriate use for Raymond. Maybe growing commercial marijuana grow that's 10,000 square feet, maybe something that we don't want. But these guidelines will guide us. So that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
if-
speaking more commercial in
Oh,
terms of the look, so that we don't look hodgepodgey like Wyndham, that this looks
Well,
like this.
that would
and
be
this-
design guidelines.
Yeah, okay.
And if I was to just build on what Chris was saying, absolutely, a comprehensive plan is a guide to the next 10 to 20 years, directed by the citizens. What needs to be said, however, is this. Although the comprehensive plan approved by the state for a municipality has no statutory power, we can't make people or agencies conform to the comprehensive plan. However, if you have a comprehensive plan, it's in the eyes of the state, it forms the legal underpinning of every ordinance and land use that we write. So as an example, the state and Superior Court's very clear. You're going to lose in court if what the town does or allows to have happen is contrary to your comprehensive plan. They cannot be in conflict. Otherwise, when you go to court, the town loses. The state's going to say, no, you have a comprehensive plan. That's what you've said, set as the vision going forward. And no town authority can change that without being in violation of that. And that makes the town more exposed legally.
And I do remember you saying that at one of the meetings, and that was some of the issues that we were running up against with our own ordinance, was there was a lot of conflicting ordinances with respect to, not only to each other, but with respect to the comprehensive plan. So
It's why it's imperative that
our
at this
boards
point
follow
going
the
forward, all
plan.
committees and all boards are on the same page, are communicating with each other, so that in fact, they're basically limiting our liabilities and basically moving towards one point.
And then the last comment that I'll make, because there are other people that may want to talk, but if I'm the only one, then that's fine too, was you were talking about the summer camps and, you know, wanting to keep those businesses and wanting to support them. And I would agree that from the standpoint that we have certain lakefront that is protected like that, to have that then turn over and become, you know, like the next McMansion on the lake would be heartsick to see these traditional places go under. But that being said, I wonder if there are also, in the spirit of wanting to grow small business and keep Maine caring about our water and keep the character of the natural beauty, are there other businesses that we could support on the lakeside, whether it's canoe rentals or, you know, this kind of rental or that, you know, to capitalize on the fact that we are touristy, and whether we like it or not, they come, you know, in the summer, and, you know, utilizing, you know, helping businesses support that also care about the character of the town and the natural resources and would help protect it. So I like that you want to explore that, and I certainly don't have the answers. I hope you all do. You're all pretty smart, and I'll continue to be involved and help wherever I can. And again, just want to thank everybody, and thanks for letting me listen. But the biggest takeaway that I could say as a citizen is just really the communication piece. It's just so important to engage and keep people aware of what's going on, because they will show up if they're aware and it's something that they care about. And I miss the Raymond Roadrunner terribly, because I remember that I could learn everything about Raymond, and every board said this is going on and that's going on and this is happening at the library and that's happening, and people aren't going to take the time to look at the website. We're just too busy. But if you got that, even if you got an emailed newsletter, maybe you'd read it, you know, instead of having to seek it out. Because that's a lovely character of Raymond and how we all communicated. And I'm a big library person. All three of my kids went to Story Hour. So whether it's there or somewhere else, we still love the library. We're going to support you, whether it's cute and quaint or whether it's in this building. So thank you so much to all of you. Appreciate it.
I do just want to share too that one of the goals and strategies that we had discussed that you will probably see in the next draft of the plan was to, you know, part of this effort to create a more involved community and more opportunities to connect was, you know, the idea of having like a volunteer network in town that could bring people together for different opportunities to volunteer. So that's just one idea, but how to get involved. We did certainly have a lot of outreach efforts to try and get people involved in this process. And the initial survey that we conducted, you know, we had to work really hard to get that 210 number of people to participate in that initial survey. We extended the amount of time that we had in order to try and really make a push to get people. So I think along the way, we've kind of snowballed a little bit in our involvement and getting more and more involvement from the community, but it was very difficult to try and get the word out, to reach people, you know, between publishing, as you said, in the Wyndham Eagle, and doing social media outreach with our various, you know, between both the town and individuals. So yeah, I agree that is a challenge that we have, and hopefully we'll have more opportunities. If there's a community center of some sort, that's gonna get people together in one physical space, so it'll be easier to share information that way as well, so.
Sue?
Sue Accardi, Deep Cove Road. You know, I think Raymond has, our businesses have exploded in Raymond in terms of marinas. And I know we all realize that the whole 302 corridor is one big marina, and every lot that's empty is storing boats now. So, I mean, it's just, it is what it is, but I think that's sort of the business here. We do have a very popular kayak canoe rental place in Raymond, and I think they do real well. They're right there off near the lake. I was reading through the villages and all that, and it seemed like every village wanted a community center. And I think probably we're going to only have one community center in this town, I hope, which will be here. And the grocery stores, I think we would like a grocery store here, but I don't know whether it's doable in terms of, produce going bad before it's used. We had one before, and there was a reason why it closed. In the summer, it's wonderful because we have Chipman's and we have the Good Life Market, and certainly the dollar store has really, cranked it up. And you can get milk and eggs there and whatnot. So I feel like we're doing okay in that regard. We have 3 major liquor stores in town now. I mean, we're moving ahead in that realm, but I just hope that I'm looking at these villages, and everybody, like I said, wanted a community center in each. I'm just confused about some of that. So I'm hoping that this building, when it gets renovated in time, will service a lot, and it'll make a wonderful library. I just want to say one other thing. People are still, worried about losing this as a school. But I think this town, we have to realize that we are really fortunate in terms of getting a new middle school and not having to fund it ourselves. I mean, let's look at what's going on in Cape Elizabeth. Let's look at Scarborough, Cumberland. They're looking at $100 million to build their new schools. And do we want to look at that because this was what we would be facing this in 10, 15 years in this school, a major renovation. So I mean, I think we have to be practical about that in terms of where we want our monies to go. And I hope that that will smooth out over the years, in terms of the middle school issue, and I think it will 10 years from now, especially, as time goes on. But I want to thank the committee as well for doing a fantastic job. Thanks.
I think another use for this school is a little community village supermarket down at one of the end of the wings. And they come to one of the things, get some milk, whatever, so. Yeah, they do. That's good. No, I hear it. Any other questions that anybody, go ahead.
Thank you, I'll be brief. So Mike Richmond, Cedar Lane, also happen to be on the planning board. So thank you for all your work here, everybody. Interesting to hear the comments where people townspeople seem to say, don't change a thing, right? We like it the way it is. But then we also feel reluctant sometimes, not only in my day job as well, of people, they don't like regulations. We don't like ordinances. We don't like people telling us what to do. I just like everybody here to keep in mind, since everybody's bashing poor Wyndham tonight, why does that look like that? Well, why do some other towns, Yarmouth, for example, why does it look like that, right? It's because of ordinances. It's because of regulations, right? Some can be strict, some can be loose. But I guess my ask is this. As you're fine-tuning this, which is great to see, please give everybody like us, who is actually working on the ordinances and things like that, give us some good, clear direction, pictures, examples, right? Try to make it a little more tangible for us, because like you said, what we do legally has to support this. It's a great plan. So just keep that in mind. Try to keep it tangible for people like us to give us good direction. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Just real quick on that, it's a very good point. I appreciate you bringing that up because I'm about small government and more regulations is not really, what I want. But at the same time, we've got people taking advantage of us on Big Sebago, and we're trying to keep up with certain things and solar and stuff like that, where we've always been a small town. Now with these new things coming in, how do we still fight those things, have code enforcement have enough teeth to fight these things? And really, I think that this is the right time for this plan to get into action, because you think about the last time, 2004, right? That was the last time the plan came out 20 years ago. This sounds significantly different, the same, but also very different in a lot of ways. So, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. That reminded me, I had one last question. Peter, what is the difference between, what did you call it, an ADU and like an in-law apartment? Like what, I don't think I understand the difference between
I can explain that. I think Chris could explain
Yeah,
it
like,
well. But I'd tell you that.
If you want, I can handle that.
Sure, I'd just say that.
That'd be great, because like some people have in-law apartments, some people have rental apartment, like what are
I'd say discourage the term in-law apartment.
Okay.
That has a lot of legal implications that are not enforceable, and really, we called it that for a while.
Right, yeah.
So an ADU is an accessory dwelling unit.
Uh-huh.
Recent legislation that was passed at the state, LD 2003, required communities to allow ADUs on any lot, like Peter talked about earlier. On a single-family lot, you can have an ADU. Raymond already had that. We've had that for many, many years. You could have an accessory dwelling unit up to 700 square feet. An ADU is an apartment. It can be detached or attached to a single-family dwelling, and it can be used for your parents or a relative, or because it's an accessory dwelling unit, it also can be used as a rental property. So it's a way to combat the issue of affordable housing. So for instance, you could have an ADU above a garage. You could have it attached to your house. Now, the town recently adopted a new article, a new ordinance that took effect very recently in the last month or so, is that we can have accessory dwellings up to 1,250 square feet. That's a significant increase. It's another roughly 500 square feet. You can go from a one-bedroom to a two-bedroom or even a three-bedroom. And if it's in any zone in Raymond, it is allowed, with the exception of the shoreline zone. The accessory dwelling must be out of the shoreline zone, which would be LLR1 or LLR2, which in the town of Raymond is a 600-foot zone because we're a lot more restrictive to protect our lakes. So the state has allowed, or they've commented that if it's out of their jurisdiction, which is 250 feet, that you can do an accessory dwelling without having the requirement of double the lot size and double the frontage requirements on the lake or a road. So in Raymond, we are a unique town. Some towns will allow two principal structures on one lot. Raymond only allows one.
Right.
So this will allow people in the shoreline zone, which we did allow up until 2017 when the DEP changed their stance on accessory dwelling units. So I'm probably getting a little too far into the weeds here, but you asked about ADUs and in-laws. The difference is you can have an in-law apartment in your home where you have one of your relatives living, let's say you have a two-level house, they live on the first level, you live on the second, that they can have a bedroom, a bathroom, and a separate kitchen. But the difference is an in-law apartment flows through. In other words, you can't rent it out, it's just for that one relative that lives there, or if your grandmother passes away, then your grandson can live there, or another relative. But it can't be rented out, it's just for in-laws. We changed that term because in-laws apartments are hard to regulate. They can be very quickly converted to an ADU without our knowledge and rented out. So we don't like to use that term, and if we do an in-law apartment, it has a condition on our C of O that it can't be rented out and it can't be an accessory dwelling. So I know I got a little into the weeds, but
No,
hope
I
that answers your
appreciate
question.
that. We renovated 20 years ago and did do an in-law apartment above a garage, but at the time we were under 2 acres, and so we had to build a screen porch and a covered breezeway because we had to connect the garage to the main house because we couldn't have 2 separate buildings. But it was for my mom, who spends summers here. But I was just curious about in-law apartment versus, so theoretically, if I wanted to rent it, I could because it's a wholly separate dwelling.
Well, before I answer that question, you'd have to come talk to me.
No, that's fine, but I was just trying, because I've always called it our in-law apartment because it's just for family and friends.
Every situation's different, that's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
okay. I was just curious because we had always said in-law apartment and then this accessory dwelling, and I'm like, what's the difference? What are the, yeah, so anyway, I'm not renting anything out.
I would say along those lines also, something that has come up that really didn't really show enough in the numbers was basically short-term rentals. What's the definition? How do we track them? And do they need to be licensed? Do they have to have a posted number of occupancies? Do we have to have the ability to contact the owners directly if there's an issue that abutters have? So all of those things have yet to be resolved. So those are things that are also going to have to be discussed as far as ordinances and regulation going down the road. It just didn't come up as a big issue when we did our surveys or did our face-to-face.
Yet.
Yet.
Right. That'll be the next. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anybody else with questions, comments, suggestions, anything? No? All right, we're going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Good evening. This is the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting. I'd like to call a meeting to order. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes from the meeting on July 24, 2024?
Make that motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. The motion carries. Next, we have the discussion of the expense and revenue reports for June and July. And I'd like to... Okay, we have some printed out here. Thank you, Kathy.
It's updated one, I guess.
Thank you for your diligence on working on these reports for us.
Let's see if they're any different.
Okay.
This will make it different. No, thanks. Oh, yeah. This one is definitely updated.
So that's the same. That's what we had around originally. Were you able to make any corrections to the June report, or is that still outstanding?
The June is still outstanding.
Okay. Are there any comments on the July report from the committee?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
The question would be, is there anything that we should be aware of? Anything, could we get a brief rundown? I know it's early in the fiscal year, but anything of note that we should be aware of?
Sure. What's in there, if you look at your back pages, I'm sorry, you'll see that some of the insurances, if you're looking at page 8, and you look down at the expenses, you'll see that there's 0 budgeted. Those have been moved to each of the departments. Although you'll still see the current month there.
but those will stay as 0 because it's been moved to each department. As well as the employee benefits, the dental, health, life, retirement, that's now under each individual department. At the request of the Board of Selectmen last year, we moved it. And your special revenue, page 8 at the top, your Parks and Rec is not yet in the system. So other than that, your budget is complete there.
This is probably not a question for you, but what's the rationale for moving that? I think it makes it much more confusing and difficult to see what you're expending in those areas. You have to go and add it up, of course. What's the rationale, do you know?
The rationale from the chair of the board at the time was he wanted to see each department, what it actually cost to run the department. So therefore, if you have your dental, your life insurance, all your taxes there, he thought we had a more complete picture.
Yeah, I'd like to have a discussion about that at some point, but I think it's, should be as it is in, most places in one cost center. That's my opinion.
Okay, and I think that we also, as a budget committee last year had discussed that we like to see the transparency of it within each department. So absolutely, I agree that we can discuss that again, but I think that we were behind that. Yes. But absolutely, we can discuss.
Yeah, I just think it's a non-standard way of doing it, so, but that's my opinion. If that's the, if it's something you're all agreeing to, then fine, but, okay.
At the time, the Budget Finance Committee agreed with it when that issue came up during the budget deliberations this past spring.
Yeah.
But we can discuss it.
Yeah, it's just not something that's usually done. Okay, thanks.
So Karen, you had asked about the June expenses.
Yes.
And it's the budget numbers are wrong, but if you look back at your May reports, those numbers are correct.
Yes.
The expenses are in June, and the income and the expenses are in the June budget. It's just the budget number is what's incorrect. And we'll work on getting those fixed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for this update report, because I was wondering why we were $8,000 over in insurance, and it just like it was a numerical mistake on this first one. Insurance, it was marked as $2,369 when it's...
Which one are you looking at? You in July?
Page 2, yeah.
Some of them have been updated, so look at the one I just gave you, Sean.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Thank you for this update one, because I was going to ask why
Yep.
there was that much of a difference, but this makes much more sense.
Yeah, we had a few clerical issues in there that I apologize for, but...
That's okay. No worries.
I think
you found them and you corrected them.
Yeah.
Sue found most of them, which was nice.
Oh, okay.
I'll give her credit for that.
All right. Well, thank you both for your due diligence.
At our last joint sessions with the selectmen, I had mentioned about getting more money for milfoil. And it looks like so far we're $4,000 over that budget. So this is a long ways off from next year, but I would still suggest that we increase that budget with milfoil. Was there a grant for milfoil? How was the milfoil handled? Was it just that item was going to specific?
We had a DEP grant, a 2-year grant. This is the second year that we've gotten the grant that goes directly for milfoil. We also bill 3 companies in town, and they contribute. Indian Point, what's the new? Indian Point, the condominiums, and then Goodhue. And Goodhue Marina. So we build them. The difference this year, Sean, is that the contractor who actually does the work, he went up on his prices. So when we did the budget, it was based on the numbers that we thought we had at the time.
Right.
So it's a 2-year grant. It's done this year. And then we'll apply for another one.
Okay.
Because there still is milfoil.
That's why I'm thinking that next season coming up, we should increase that, because I think that was one of my comments was I thought it was a little bit low.
Yes.
And
last year they told us they did a great job and it was going down, and they expected it to decrease the number of dives that they had to do, the number of weeks.
that was incorrect, though. sounds like, right?
Well,
growing season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure-
The weather was good for growing milk.
Yeah, that was the only thing it was good for so far, right? All right.
That's why.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may, I do want to thank Kathy. These aren't reports that she normally does. The finance director normally does them, and she put in a lot of work and did some really good work to get these for you. So once our new finance director starts next Tuesday, Brenda Fox Howard, then one of the things she'll be looking at first is to make sure that all the reporting and whatnot from last year are complete. And I hope, though I can't guarantee, that they'll be ready for September's meeting.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kathy.
Are there any other comments on the June and July reports? Okay, all right, then we'll move on to the next one. Okay, discussion of a joint meeting with the Select Board. We had discussed that, and the Select Board has discussed that at their meeting recently. So, how would you like to go forward with that, Teresa?
So one of the things, if you want to, is put together some dates that you have and send it to Rolf. That would be available. Do you know what I mean? It's like we have Wednesdays open, we have Thursdays or whatever. But the best part of this is you guys can ask all kinds of questions. And that helped me before, when I was on the selectmen for the first time. And there's all kinds of questions you can ask, how each department, how each thing is done, working together and stuff like that. So I would probably reach out to Rolf, like I said, and just say, hey, when you want to do it? I would highly encourage just the two boards talking. That way where it's just us. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be videotaped. But this way, where it's just a workshop that we're throwing things back and forth.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm wondering, could we do like a regular budget finance meeting on the third Wednesday of the month, and then after that break into a meeting with the select board, or do that before or after a regular?
Because the meetings aren't that long, so
Right.
we can do that.
Okay, is the rest of the committee interested in doing something like that at our September meeting?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would rather, so I mean, I would rather have as much time to discuss with them and not feel like we have to get to the next thing, so I would ask that we keep our business a little bit shorter maybe.
Yes.
Just because if we do spend a lot of time, we're actually gaining knowledge and want to continue doing that, then I don't think that we should be constrained to having to go talk business right after, but I think that having the same night would be fine, just not feeling like we have to end things
Okay.
if we're on track.
Well, we could have a very short agenda, just go through, approval of the minutes, and then we could go adjourn our meeting and then go into the workshop with the select board. Does that seem reasonable to everybody?
Yeah, because that would help, right? Because then the finance director doesn't, sure.
That would give her another month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can even approve the minutes the following month, too.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. All right. Well, I'll approach Rolf about doing that.
And I've talked to him, too. And he just said, figure out what you guys want to do, because I told him it was on the agenda tonight.
Okay. Next on our agenda is discussion regarding options on how to spend the money received from the Sebago Lake settlement. Sean, would you like to go
Yeah.
first? Do you have some options that you?
I don't know all the options. I'm sure that
Right.
some of the things that some of my ideas may not be allowed. So I'm going to throw some out there with the caveat of understanding that they might not actually work. But whatever it is, I don't think it should go towards taxes. I'm going to be really wrong about the numbers, but I think the numbers were like something like $500,000 to lower taxes. And when we think about the grand scheme of things, what does that lower? Like for me on Main Street, it might lower it by like $15. Somewhere in the Cape, maybe $5. And I think that this money should be used more towards the next offense. I think it should be used as protection. There's two things I think it could be used for, either protection or some kind of investment back into the community. Right now, with our budget cycle ended, from earlier this year, I think most of those big ticket items either got pushed off or have been paid for, or is going to be paid for example, like the fiber optics, for example. So really think that should be used for protection against the potential next violation. I know this violation was a little bit unique because it happened during COVID, where somebody thought they could do what they did and get away with it. So I don't see something happen to that scale, but I could be wrong. So I would like to see money held for protection specifically that doesn't get touched unless we have another violation for the same reason. I don't think it should be used for different attorney fees for something different. It should be very specific towards a violation.
Okay.
So what you're saying is, I think I raised this point last time, major non-recurring capital expenditures is what you're saying, right, basically?
I'm sorry.
Major non-recurring capital expenditures versus tax relief.
Yeah.
So the thing is to remember about this money, I think I saw a meeting where people talked about it as a windfall. It's not a windfall, it's a reimbursement to fund balance. So this is money the town had for the most part, and so now you get the money back, because that's mostly what we saw back was the legal fees. So the question would be, should you use an overstandard amount of money to reduce the tax rate for 1 year? Normally the town uses a couple $100,000 thereabouts. I think that's prudent and reasonable. That's what what's been done. But to supercharge the tax rate and reduce it with that money, I think, as you point out, is a very small difference. And it creates a problem for the next fiscal year because you don't have that money that year, so you're going to instantly create a significant gap. Now, it's a reval year, so everything's going to be kind of messed up and difficult to decipher, but it's still, to me, not wise to use that amount of money in the next fiscal year and then to create that discrepancy between the 2 years with some artificial infusion of cash you can't repeat. I like your idea. I mean, environmental protection, you're saying, something like that, when you say protection, or protection in general?
Protection against having to go into our funds again like we did this time. Protection in the sense of, so when we do have to hire an attorney, it doesn't come out of that money. Like that money's set aside, and that if that's public knowledge that we have this money set aside to go after the next person, I think that will offer more protection for the town not to run to that, because there's kind of that fear of like, hey, the town has done this once, and we're ready to do it again. And it doesn't matter if it's on Big Sebago or if it's on on Panther Pond or any of the other lakes and ponds that we have.
Right.
But yeah, to answer your other questions, like not so much environmental protection, but I mean, essentially that is environmental protection when you think about it. Yeah, that's. I don't have a very specific thing as far as what kind of other capital improvement we could use it in.
Well, typically, I mean, Raymond really hasn't done that because I haven't had significant capital improvements for a long time here. But in my experience in other towns, my previous town, for instance, that's exactly what we did. We would segregate that money and use it for major non-recurring capital improvements, like a new public safety building or a new town office or a new town garage, a new library. All these things were things we did. So we do it that way. Then you get something meaningful, or some new program or something that would have some capital requirements.
I was thinking about. I see Chris's hand raised in a second, but I was thinking. I thought about that. Like, do we put it towards the school? Can we put it into a CD where it's gaining money for the next 3 years? And that's a lot of interest. I know interest rates are going down, but that amount of money in a CD would be pretty significant. Do we put it towards the school, but even if is that enough? I know it's a small portion, obviously, if we're going to decide what we do with the school. It's $500,000 that we didn't have before, but those are two of the options. I know Chris has got his hand raised.
Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, my feeling is we should use some of this, if you want to call it a windfall, but Dawn's right. The majority of this money, the 540 we already got, covers about 440 in legal fees that we expended through the 3-year process. There's some monies that are coming that are a fine, and it's roughly between 175 and 200,000 coming in again in October, I think October 25th. So my thoughts are, there's a couple things I want to make you aware of. One is the town worked with the Cape to do, and I've said this before, to introduce a bill in the legislature, 2101, and that legislation will allow us as a town to lien a property after 30 days of a notice of violation. After the appeals period, we can put a lien on the property, not issue permits, and possibly revoke them. The second part of that discussion with the state, and Senator Tim Nagel and I are working again this year closely to work out some fine-tuning of that bill that will allow towns to access a fund that the state is going to create that will be a pool of money that towns can, in any town, any lake in Raymond, can dip into to help cover those legal fees. That's going to take over a year, and then plus the 90 days it takes after it's enacted to take effect. So I would recommend that we use a portion of that money to either pad our legal expenses, because legal expenses in my experience in the last 3 or 4 years with all the activity we have on the lakes, with people that want to get away from the cities as a result of COVID, they are coming up, they're investing, building, tearing down buildings, and doing new construction. We are seeing some other violations. They're not going away. And as our building activity decreases, we will be able to do more enforcement. That costs money. We do usually get those funds back, but it's a burden on the town, and we saw that with the case at Fernwood and Whitetail. So I think that it would be very prudent for us to set aside some money. I don't know what our budget is exactly for legal, but we should pad that amount. And if it's not used, it'll carry over and go into the general fund for the next year. But until this legislation gets passed, we run the risk of the same thing happening again. We're in hopes that because we can lien the property and do more incentives for people to come to the table and work with us, that we won't incur a 3-year legal bill. It'll get done much more efficiently. But I got to tell you, legal fees, if you have a municipal rate, it's in the area of $265 to $285 for a municipal rate from the attorneys in Portland. But the good attorneys are also in conflict with many of these violators because they have those people as clients. So, it's a kind of a catch-22. So we have to reach out to other firms. We don't get that municipal rate. And I think I've mentioned this before, and I'm going to say it again. We spend up to $6.25 an hour. And when you're sitting down at an appeals board meeting or mediation, those hours add up very quickly. And then sometimes it's not just one attorney, it's several. And we're seeing more and more of that on Sebago in particular. So I think Dawn and Sean are both right that we shouldn't use it as tax relief. We should be prudent and do some planning for our future. Enforcement is expensive. We do have a new code enforcement officer that's doing very well, and I do have help, but that's going to result in more enforcement actions as time goes on. Thank you.
So a portion of enforcement, what are you feeling that would be a good, if we were to ask for a budget for enforcement? So we'll call it just a straight $700,000. What would you think?
If we have 700 now, I would increase it by 100. Does that answer your question, Sean?
So if, so you're asking for all that money to go towards enforcement plus another 100? Did I understand you correctly?
Well, no, let me back up.
Okay.
I think I interpreted what you said is if we had a legal budget of 700,000. No, I'm saying if we get 700, we ought to take 100 of it and put it towards.
Take
legal.
100 of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's okay. I thought you said you add another 100 to it for. Okay, I understand. Yep. So.
You get it?
Yep. We're getting 700. You're asking for 100,000.
And it's, I'm not asking for it. I just think it would be prudent that we plan ahead and have that in our budget somewhere. The contingency fund, Don probably can speak to that better than I can, but it isn't as healthy as it used to be because we've expended a lot of it in legal fees. Fortunately, we got it back, but in another case, we might not.
Yeah, I agree. How long, all right, so if we put, so you mentioned general fund too. If something's not spent, it goes to general fund, but if we have something very specific, like sidewalks, for example, we're not using it, just kind of carries over in the same fund. Are you saying that if we don't, if we give it a certain line item and we don't use it, it will go to the general fund?
Maybe a question that the new finance director could answer better than I can. At this point, I'm not sure if that should go. I think it should go into the general fund if it's not expended. But Don, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right.
So we would want to keep that from happening, right? If we would want to keep it from just going to the general fund, we would want to have a very specific name on it.
Right. But
If it
right
just goes to
now, it would
general
go just to
fund.
the general fund. You know, it would require an action of the Board of Selectmen and to segregate it, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would make sense to segregate it so that it would be a continuing amount of money from year to year if it's not used.
Yeah.
Frank, that's a good point, and that's why I brought up the state's interpretation is they realize it's a problem, and they're going to set up a fund.
Right.
That fund isn't going to decrease every year. It's just going to be there and added to. So maybe we should look at, like the state of Maine, and have this fund some kind of a delegated environmental protection budget line item that doesn't go down. It's like a capital expense. It'll get moved forward instead of going into the general fund where it could get used to reduce taxes or anything else that the selectmen decide to do. I think our committee is charged with doing what's financially prudent for the town and giving that advice to the selectmen. So I think this is a great discussion, and I think I think the end result of this, I think we're going to talk about this more, could be very positive for the town to help us maintain our pristine environmental priorities in the town of Raymond. I'm also on the comprehensive plan committee with you, Sean and Don and Frank, and we're all trying to protect what we have. Change isn't bad, but these increases in shoreline development and the pressure on our town is getting tremendous, and it's getting national attention. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal last week, and I did an interview with a reporter that did an article on real estate, and the trend that Wall Street Journal is seeing is that many Americans are coming to Raymond to be on Sebago Lake and other towns surrounding Sebago. They're buying $2 to $4 million houses, they're ripping them down, and they're reconstructing compounds and extravagant luxury homes. And with that comes the potential for violations, and I think we're going to see increased pressure not only on Sebago. I see it on my lake. I live on Crescent. The pressure is unbelievable around the lakes. Everything that goes up for sale is sold, and somebody either remodels it completely or tears it down and rebuilds something new. So we've got to be prepared for that. We have to be resilient, in particular with our environment. Raymond, home of the landlocked salmon, and all our natural resources is why we're all here. And I can't express how much of a priority I feel that is. And hopefully this money, if it gets designated to a some fund or an account that will help the town maintain its integrity with our shorelines and mountains and streams and lakes, then I'm all for that.
Okay, thank you. Frank?
Yep. Are there other areas in enforcement of environmental standards that we're trying to keep up where money might be needed on a short-term basis very quickly, money that may not be available unless we had an account with this type of money in it? Other than legal, I mean, if there may become a time where you need to do something, you do something quickly, and there's no money for it. But if we had a fund that you could draw from, it probably would make life a lot easier for you guys.
You know, Frank, that's a very good point. And what I'm going to say is a term that we don't hear very often, but unfortunately, we're hearing it more and more. I mean, I just experienced a 1-hour storm here at the house. We must have got 2.5 inches of rain in less than an hour. Yep. We're getting more and more storms that they're using the term 1,000-year storms. If you're paying attention to what happened in Connecticut, Danbury, they got 12 inches of rain, and that was a 1,000-year event. I've heard that many, many times in the past year. Global warming is happening, whether you want to believe it or not. The weather is changing and it's getting very severe. We saw it with Debbie. We've seen it with Ernesto. It just doesn't stop. And I think that Raymond is very unique. We're high ground, but if you look at our roads, you just drive down Webbs Mills Road, Meadow Road, our roads being washed out constantly. Our public works can't keep up with it. And yes, we're going to have an event that's going to wash out a road. It's going to go into a lake and we're going to have to do a cleanup. So yeah, Frank, you're right.
I would suggest that we come up with a definition of the things that would be needed, such as legal for the environmental piece, or where we may need money that wouldn't be immediately available, that we set aside 1/3 of this money and put it in that fund that could be used when something like that comes in front of us. I had the same storm that you had. The Public Works crew worked for 2 hours on the intersection of Mountain Road and McDermott Road yesterday, and it washed out. What they did washed out in the last hour and a half. And that's only a short example of the kinds of things we're facing. So I wouldn't be opposed to setting aside 1/3 of the money aside to be used when we run into issues of enforcing our environmental laws.
So Frank, the other thing is we used to have funds. The Raymond Waterways Association had got a 319 grant with the DEP, and I was one of the ones that I was living on Panther Pond at the time, and you could get a grant to help solve an erosion problem on your property, and it was a matching grant. The homeowner put in 50%, and the town kicked in the other. It was when Nora Lee Raymond was working with the town. She did that, and she also did the milfoil with Nathan and a bunch of other things, but there's no money left. So what I'm hearing from you is this fund, this pool that we got, or the monies we got from the violation on Sebago could go, maybe it is 1/3. That's a discussion for another night. But I think you're right. You're on the right track. And I think as this committee, moves forward, I think these are the kind of discussions that are very prudent that we look at.
Yeah. I think if I were to make a recommendation, and this is along the line of what I've been hearing here, would it make sense to take the actual fine amount, which is much smaller than the reimbursement, set that aside, and then just let the money that had come from fund balance go back to fund balance, and then when it comes time to mitigate the taxes, use the usual amount of money from fund balance, assuming that the auditor's recommended guidelines are met, and that's important, but I believe they will be, because the town's always had strong fund balance. So basically, business as usual on tax relief, the balance of the money that came from fund balance to pay for the legal effort would go back, and then the actual fine, which is much smaller, a small part of this whole thing would be set aside, segregated, and that would require the selectmen to do that. Is that what you're all saying?
Oddly enough, that's probably about a third or less.
That's
maybe
a small amount.
20%.
That's a small amount when you look at the